Ist das?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ja, guten Morgen. Bei uns im Fireside-Chat über die Literatur bei Orangewas und die Literaturbotschaft. Wir haben einige Autorinnen und die Christine, die das bringt. Literaturbotschaft. Die Literaturbotschaft leitet. Das wollte ich mir vorstellen.
Gern. Ich darf auch heute die Autorinnen vorstellen. Neben mir sitzt Annalena Ernstberger und Annalena ergänzt gern, wenn ich was falsch sage oder vergesse. Annalena schreibt schon ganz lange und hat schon, ich glaube mit 12 hast du schon ein Konzept für ein Kinderbuch geschrieben und du interessierst dich sehr für Fantasy-Geschichten und hast viel Praktika schon gemacht im Bereich Zuckerbäckerei und Konditorin. Und bist jetzt seit Winter eben bei uns im Team in der Literaturbotschaft. Und daneben sitzt Ron Pfennigbauer. Ron ist mit ganz viel Bühnenerfahrung zu uns ins Projekt gekommen. Er ist Musiker bei den Monkeys of Earth, er ist im Ensemble Ohrenklang auch schon lang und Radiomoderator. Das heißt, ich glaube, ja, ist hier am entspanntesten von uns und hat die meiste Erfahrung. Und daneben sitzt Iris Zeitlinger. Iris ist fest im Ensemble bei Theaterensemble Delphin, das heißt, ist im Schauspiel erfahren, hat da auch viel Bühnenerfahrung und hat so eine sehr große Liebe zum Text, glaube ich, oder Iris? Und auch zum Bereich Fantasy und zum Schreiben. Und wir dürfen heute gemeinsam hier sein und über Erfahrungen mit Arbeit zu sprechen und wir vor allem auch Texte lesen.
Ja, wir haben kurz den Literaturpreis Orangewas vorstellen. Wir haben ihn vor 18 Jahren gegründet. Also ich habe es initiiert. Ich habe nämlich eine Autorin kennengelernt, die Michaela König, die Down-Syndrom gehabt hat und wunderbare Texte geschrieben hat. Und ich habe mich gefragt, gibt es noch mehr von solchen tollen Autorinnen? Und wir haben dann erstmals den Literaturpreis Orangewas ausgeschrieben und es haben sich über 200 Leute beworben und ja, es haben immer mehr großartige Autorinnen, so wie sie heute da sind. Wir haben auch jedes Jahr eine Preisverleihung, eine große die Jury rund um die Felix Bitterer bewertet die Texte und die Preisverleihung ist übernächste Woche am 21. März, Frühling. Zu Frühlingsbeginn Welt-Down-Syndrom-Tag. Genau, vielleicht möchte der eine oder andere noch kommen. Es ist aber immer sehr schwierig, Plätze zu bekommen, weil es sehr ausgebucht ist, also rasch anmelden. Wir fördern Autorinnen mit Lernbindungen durch Lesungen, durch Stipendien, geben Bücher raus und ja, haben die Literaturbotschaft, wo wir Autorinnen für 3 Jahre beim Schreiben begleiten und ausbilden. Es wird gefördert vom Licht des Dunkels, dem Jubiläumsfonds. Aber Christine, wie läuft die Arbeit in der Literaturbotschaft ab?
Wir arbeiten zu 6 im Team, das heißt, wir sind jetzt 4, es fehlen 2. Maike Heinrich ist im Mentorinnen-Team und Denise Wismar. Und wir haben einen relativ geregelten Wochenplan. Das heißt, wir arbeiten von Montag bis Donnerstag gemeinsam, immer von 10 bis 15 Uhr. Und ich glaube, da gebe ich die Frage auch noch weiter. Ich glaube, das können Iris zum Beispiel, das kannst du auch gut beantworten.
Ja, also wir starten immer zuerst mit der Tagesbesprechung, was wir so machen. Und wir haben auch einen Stundenplan, wo wir verschiedene Texte schreiben zum Thema Lyrik, Dialog und Drama und Prosa. Und wir planen auch Workshops und besuchen Workshops. Wir besuchen auch andere literarische Veranstaltungen und planen selber unsere Veranstaltungen. Und der Tag endet dann auch immer mit einem Logbuch. Und ganz wichtig sind natürlich auch die Praktikumssuchen für uns Botschafter, damit wir nach dem Jahr einen Job finden können.
Es ist auch das Thema Arbeit heute angesprochen. Schreiben Sie auch Arbeit. Ihr habt schon alle Erfahrungen in der Arbeitswelt gesammelt. Vielleicht möchte jemand die Frage beantworten, was Arbeit für euch bedeutet. Ist es was Wichtiges oder was Belangloses, was Mühsames?
Ja, Arbeit bedeutet erstens einmal Geld verdienen. Wenn du Gärtner bist, bist du natürlich viel in der freien Natur draußen. Und ja, man kann dann mit dem Geld machen, was man will. Und ja, man kann auch so Nebenjobs machen. Und ja, also es macht auf jeden Fall, es soll Freude machen, es soll Spaß machen. Und ja, am Ende des Monats kriegt man halt dann sein Geld, ja.
Sein Geld, ja. Aber ist es nicht nur das Geld oder ist es auch Leute zu treffen, in einem Team zu arbeiten, ist es auch was Wichtiges?
Im Team zum Arbeiten, also jetzt so. Ja, im Team zum Arbeiten ist natürlich jetzt was anderes. Also ich bin seit letztem Jahr, seit 2. September dabei und war natürlich vorher in der Caritas und in verschiedenen anderen Einrichtungen. Und ja, dann merkst du halt schon, also vom grobmotorischen Arbeiten mit dem Rasenmäher oder mit dem Freischneider oder so, jetzt schreiben mit dem Laptop oder so mit der Hand. Es ist was anderes und natürlich habe ich auch die anderen Themen erst neu kennenlernen müssen, mich mit ihnen auseinandersetzen müssen und ja, es war eine kleine Umstellung, aber mittlerweile bin ich angekommen und ja.
Du bist auch ein Einzelkämpfer oder so ist da auf der Bühne DJ Ron.
Ja. Ja, na, es ist natürlich, man muss sich natürlich dann auch, wenn du im Team bist, musst dich natürlich auch zusammenreißen mit deinen Wortmeldungen und musst halt schauen, damit du da keinen auf die Füße trittst. Aber ja, ich versuche mein Bestes und deswegen bin ich da, deswegen bin ich in der Botschaft und es freut mich wirklich, dass ich genommen worden bin und dass ich was dazu beitragen kann, literarisch und ja, schauen wir mal, wie es weitergeht.
Wie ist das mit sinnvoller Arbeit? Viele Menschen mit Lernbehinderungen klagen oft, dass sie nur beschäftigt werden, der Beschäftigung willen, aber keiner sinnvollen Tätigkeit nachgehen. Wie ist das bei der Botschaft jetzt schreiben? Etwas Sinnvolles? Das wird ja auch nicht. Oder schon?
Ja, es ist auf jeden Fall was Sinnvolles und ich liebe die Arbeit, weil ich wahnsinnig gern halt schreibe. Ja.
War das bei anderen Tätigkeiten vorher nicht der Fall? Was hast du vorher gemacht?
Vorher war ich bei einem Projekt, das hat sich Via Kontext genannt. Da ging es halt auch darum, Jobs zu finden oder Ausbildungsplätze zu finden. Und da habe ich das eigentlich nicht gemacht. Und deshalb bin ich umso froher, jetzt bei der Literaturbotschaft zu sein.
Sehr gut. Ihr habt ein paar Texte mitgebracht. Eigentlich sehr viele Texte. Vielleicht wollt ihr mal was lesen. sowas hören, was wir arbeitet, was das Produkt dann ist.
Ja, wir starten mit einem Dialog ohne zu sprechen. Das ist eine Methode, da haben wir gemeinsam in ein Dokument geschrieben und machen uns eine Zeit aus, in der niemand miteinander spricht, aber wir tippen. Und das ist ungewöhnlich, weil sonst schreiben die BotschafterInnen und ich als Mentorin schreibe nicht mit. Und bei dem war es jetzt so, dass wir gemeinsam im Team geschrieben haben. Wieso sagt niemand was?
Keine Lust zu reden.
Weiß ich nicht.
Habe meine Stimme über Nacht verloren.
Hat Ursula aus Ariel sie dir gestohlen?
Das weiß ich nicht. Ich bin heute einfach aufgewacht und sie war fort.
Kein Wort mehr da.
Weil mir die Worte fehlen über den ganzen Scheiß, was gerade abgeht. Deswegen könnte man auch sagen, wenn nichts passiert, dann geht nichts. Ohne Worte vielleicht. Das macht Spaß. Sollten wir öfters machen.
Vielleicht kannst du dir Worte borgen. Aber was passiert, wenn niemand was sagt?
Nein, meiner Meinung nach muss man sich Gehör verschaffen, damit sich etwas verändert, Christine.
Das ist so cool, ich komme mir vor wie in einem Chatraum.
Ein Chatraum im Raum, Bürochat oder Chatbüro. Wir brauchen Texte zum Thema Arbeit. Welche Erfahrungen mit Arbeit haben wir? Das brauchen wir für die Zero-Konferenz.
Kommt drauf an. Ich habe die Lehre zum Landschaftsgärtner gemacht und dann war ich bei verschiedenen Stellen, Bundesheer, Stift, Klosterneuburg. Und dann später, 2012, bei der Caritas. Ich habe früher mit Maschinen gearbeitet, das war schön. Aber jetzt bekomme ich Kohle fürs Dialogschreiben. Ich hoffe, dass ich Peerberater machen kann, das wäre cool. Oder Denkmalbetreuer oder Workshopleiter.
Mir wäre lieber, wir schreiben darüber, was wir heute zum Mittagessen haben. Ich habe noch nie gearbeitet. Nach der Schule bin ich von einer Tagesstruktur in die nächste. Das hier ist mein erster Job.
Ist Tagesstruktur nicht auch Arbeit?
Nein, das ist keine Arbeit. Tagesstruktur ist eine Art Beschäftigungstherapie, aber es ist nicht Arbeit in dem Sinne, wie wir Arbeit kennen.
Keine Ahnung, habe ja nie Geld bekommen. Immer nur diese Mindestsicherung und eventuell Taschengeld.
Und was hast du in der Tagesstruktur gemacht?
Welche von den vielen? Die waren alle so verschieden. Jedenfalls war ich gut in Fehltage sammeln und zu spät kommen.
Und wie war es in den Tagesstrukturen für dich?
Die erste hat 1 Jahr gedauert und war wirklich sehr langweilig. Die zweite fiel, glaube ich, wie Annalena meinte, unter Beschäftigungstherapie. Das war eine Teillehre zur Pferdepflege. Da war ich geistig unterfordert und körperlich überfordert. Habe trotzdem die Prüfung gemacht. Dann bin ich in die Bürogruppe gewechselt.
Ich habe schon einiges in Praktikas im Bereich Konditor gemacht.
Und was ist Arbeit für dich?
Wo ich Gehalt, Lohn, jedenfalls faires Geld für meine Dienste bekomme. Wo ich halt wirklich für meine Leistung bezahlt werde. Muss ja nicht Geld sein, Kost und Logis ist ja auch Bezahlung.
Und welche Erfahrungen hast du bei den Praktika gemacht, Annalena?
Größtenteils, dass man sehr hohen Wert auf Pünktlichkeit setzt und schnelles Arbeiten. Und das ist das Problem mit dem schnellen Arbeiten.
Ja, aber geht langsam Arbeiten in der Arbeit?
Also das erste war in einer Tierhandlung. Es hat mir sehr gut gefallen. Leider gefiel mir der Umgang nicht, weil Tiere dort doch eher wie Ware behandelt wurden. Ich arbeite gerne mit Tieren, aber alles, was zu viel Kraft erfordert, ist halt schwer und auch von meiner Ausdauer her. Dann hatte ich wohl zu viel gejammert und meine Kollegen in den Wahnsinn getrieben.
Und wie ist das mit dem langsam Arbeiten?
Deswegen war ich auch 2 Jahre im ersten Jahr bei der Pferdeausbildung, weil ich zu langsam war.
Es wäre toll, würde ich etwas am ersten Arbeitsmarkt finden, aber im Grunde ist es nicht so wichtig. Hauptsache, ich finde eine Arbeit, die mir Spaß macht und mich auch weiterbringt.
Als ich die Handelsakademie vermutlich aufgrund von Ableismus abgebrochen hatte und beim Arbeits- oder Amtspsychologen oder wie man das nennt war, hat er gemeint, dass ich noch nicht geeignet für die Arbeitswelt sei. Also dadurch weitere Maßnahmen notwendig, um mich besser für einen Job vorzubereiten. Und so bin ich zum Glück nach vielen Tagesstrukturen hier gelandet, wo ich mich so richtig wohlfühle.
Das war jetzt so ein Einblick in einen Dialog und jetzt hätten wir noch Texte und ich glaube, Ron, du bist dran mit einem Text zu dir, der dich vorstellt.
So ist es. Also das mache ich immer so, wenn ich Öffentlichkeitsarbeit mache, ja. Ich bin ein Metalhead, ich bin ein Austrianer, ich bin ein Denker, ich bin ein Künstler, ich bin ein Gärtner, ich bin ein Musiker, ich bin ein Pumper, ich bin ein Literaturbotschafter, ich bin ein Schauer, ich bin ein Helfer, ich bin ein Baumfäller, ich bin ein Beobachter, ich bin ein Genießer, ich bin ein Festivalgeher, ich bin ein Konzertgeher, ich bin ein Sammler, ich bin ein Gartenbesitzer, ich bin ein Genauer, ich bin ein Inklusionsverbreiterer.
In den nächsten Texten geht es um Arbeit. Arbeit sichert Lebensqualität. Arbeit ist anstrengend. Arbeit ist Zusammenarbeit mit Kollegen. Arbeit braucht fairen Lohn. Arbeit ist Disziplin. Arbeit ist manchmal dem Chef in den Arsch zu kriechen. Arbeit ist lebenswichtig. Arbeit bedeutet, einen Platz in der Gesellschaft zu haben. Arbeit sorgt für Konflikte und im besten Fall zu Lösungen. Arbeit sollte frei wählbar sein. Arbeit ist ein Grundrecht des Menschen. Arbeit sollte auch für Tiere artgerecht entlohnt werden. Arbeit sollte auch Tieren im besten Fall Spaß machen. Arbeit kann zu Burnout führen. Arbeit ist Vernetzung von Menschen. Arbeit kann man alleine oder gemeinsam ausführen. Arbeit sorgt für Struktur. Arbeit ist manchmal eine Geduldsprobe. Arbeit setzt auch Urlaub voraus.
Arbeit ist alles richtig machen. Arbeit ist Pünktlichkeit. Arbeit ist sich wenig bis gar keine Fehler erlauben. Arbeit ist Zuhören und Zuversicht haben. Arbeit ist etwas verdienen. Arbeit ist etwas, das Freude bereitet. Arbeit ist ein Muss, um gut leben zu können. Arbeit bedeutet auch Urlaub nehmen zu können. Arbeit bedeutet auch zu lernen.
Arbeit ist gut arbeiten. Arbeit ist Geld verdienen. Arbeit ist Inklusion. Arbeit ist Erfolgserlebnis. Arbeit ist glücklich. Arbeit ist mit Kollegen Spaß haben. Arbeiten ist Dinge erledigen. Arbeiten ist Sachen tun, die anderen gut finden. Arbeiten ist stolz drauf sein. Arbeiten ist hart. Arbeiten ist pennen gehen. Arbeiten ist aufstehen und zu wissen, dass man eine Arbeit hat.
Das Leben ist eine Bühne. Das ganze Leben ist Arbeit. Und eigentlich ist jede Arbeit die Bühne. Das Büro ist eine Bühne, die Wiese ist eine Bühne. Wenn man nicht alleine ist man automatisch auf einer Bühne, weil man von anderen gesehen wird. Vielleicht nicht bewusst wahrgenommen. Schauspiel ist ein wichtiger Aspekt des Lebens und des Berufs. Es hilft bei Vorlesungen, bei Präsentationen, sich zu verstellen, wenn man in den Arbeitsmodus wechselt und vielleicht ein ganz anderer Mensch ist als privat. In den vier Wänden kann man sich selbst sein, aber draußen sind wir meistens eine Rolle. Entweder spielen wir sie für uns selbst oder für andere Menschen. Manche können es besser, manche schlechter. Oft tragen wir Masken, ohne es zu wissen. Manchmal bleibt uns nichts übrig, als Masken zu tragen. Ich sehe einen Mann, der in der U-Bahn laut schimpft und herumgeht. Viele schauen ihn an. Was ist da los? Der Mann hatte die U-Bahn als Bühne. Man wird nicht bezahlt, um auf der Bühne des Lebens zu stehen. Aber sie ist da. Man kann auch mit Blicken, Grüßen, Applaus oder einem Lächeln bezahlt werden. Man muss kein Star sein auf der Bühne. Was ist wichtig, um auf der Bühne zu stehen und nicht zu fallen? Selbstvertrauen, Zuversicht, Kontrolle, Disziplin, Energie. Wenn man im Halbschlaf einen Vortrag hält, dann schläft vermutlich auch das Publikum ein. Es gibt selten Berufe, wo man nicht auf einer Bühne steht. Es gibt sicher auch Leute, die Interesse haben, einen Schornsteinfeger oder Elektriker bei der Arbeit zuzusehen. Der Kundenservice verbirgt hinter seinem Lächeln vielleicht, dass ein Tag eine einzige Katastrophe war. Das Leben zwingt uns oft in Situationen, wo nur Schauspiel uns weiterhelfen kann, um gute Miene zum bösen Spiel zu machen. Wichtig für die Bühne ist Energie und Kommunikation. Das Gleiche gilt auch für Arbeit und für das ganze Leben. Leben, Arbeit, Kommunikation, alles landet auf der Bühne. Die Bühne ist überall. Und wie man im Zirkus sagt, Manege frei, für die Demokratie, die Arbeiterklasse, die Kulturzentren und nicht zu vergessen, Inklusion. Das Leben ist eine Bühne, die für alle da ist. Über die Bezahlung und was man erwartet, ist ein anderes Thema.
Jetzt kommt wieder was von mir. Wut. Ich bin wütend, das ist klar. Auf Ungerechtigkeit, das ist wahr. Das wäre, Inklusion wäre ein Hit und jeder macht damit und hält sich fit. Die Regierung tut nicht weiter und jeder glaubt, er ist gescheiter.
Ja, großartige, großartige Texte. Vielen Dank. Ja, wir sind ja auch hier auf einer Bühne quasi. Wie ist das? Ja, ihr macht ja viele Projekte auch bei der Literaturbotschaft, viele Veranstaltungen. Ihr moderiert es auch. Welche Aktivitäten habt ihr schon gemacht? Was ist geplant? Und vielleicht Christine, welche Fähigkeiten werden vermittelt?
Ich kann starten mit den Fähigkeiten und die Aktivitäten gebe ich dann vielleicht weiter oder vielleicht die Highlights, die schon waren. Also bei uns in der Literaturbotschaft geht es schon auch um Berufsorientierung und alles, was so damit einhergeht. Das heißt, es geht viel darum, herauszufinden, was kann ich gut, was sind meine Stärken, was interessiert mich und ganz viel darum, die Selbstständigkeit und Selbstorganisation zu fördern. Das heißt, wir arbeiten viel im Team gemeinsam. Es geht aber auch viel darum, zu lernen, selbst dran zu denken, was muss ich heute erledigen. Wir füllen alle Stundenlisten aus, wir sind alle angestellt, das heißt, wir füllen Urlaubsanträge aus. Es geht um diese ganzen bürokratischen Dinge, ja, was man so macht an einem Arbeitsplatz.
Ich glaube, das ist ein wichtiger Punkt, den du erwähnt hast, dass es ja Arbeit ist, auch zu schreiben und ihr alle angestellt seid und wer entlohnt werdet. Ja, das ist, glaube ich, wichtig, weil es ist auch immer ein Thema, Lohn statt Taschengeld. Es gibt ja kein Taschengeld, sondern wirkliche Arbeit und auch eine Anstellung. Ja, vielleicht könnt ihr ein bisschen erzählen, was ihr gemacht habt.
Was wir so gemacht haben oder was vielleicht Highlights waren bis jetzt für euch. Wer mag was dazu sagen?
Also Highlight war für mich der Literaturcafé. Da war ich schon 2-mal, das macht wirklich Spaß. Wir können dort Vorlesungen halten und leiten dann und motivieren auch andere, dass sie Texte schreiben, die uns besuchen. Kann auch nur Kaffee trinken dort und zuhören. Ja, und sonst noch auch die Schreibwerkstätte, da machen wir immer gemeinsam Museumsbesuche. Da kann eigentlich jeder mitmachen, sich vorher anmelden. Es sind immer sehr spannende Museen und wir lassen uns durch die dann inspirieren, dann Texte zu schreiben.
Ja, eines der Highlights ist natürlich hier auf der Zero-Konferenz sich auszutauschen. Dann natürlich die Schreibwerkstatt, was wir im Bezirksmuseum Favoriten abgehalten haben. Ja, eines der Highlights, was auch sind Lika, also Literaturcafé, wo die Kollegin schon gesagt hat, man kann einfach nur da sitzen und zuhören und Kaffee trinken. Man kann selber was schreiben. Wir zwingen niemanden, was zu schreiben. Und ja, Sensibilisierungsworkshops zu organisieren. Ja, das waren so die Highlights.
Für mich war ein Highlight das Literaturcafé, weil ich das moderiert habe und weil mein Vater da einfach echt super nette Texte geschrieben hat und ich richtig, richtig stolz drauf bin. Und was auch ein Highlight war, als ich kurz vor Weihnachten erfahren habe, dass ich hier angenommen wurde.
Ja, wie war das für euch, als ihr erfahren habt, dass ihr ausgewählt worden seid? Es haben sich ja viele beworben und ihr seid quasi die von einer Jury ausgewählt worden sind und die Chance bekommen haben, Literaturbotschaft brennen zu werden.
Als ich das Als ich das erfahren habe, habe ich zum Beispiel gar nicht mehr aufhören können zu lächeln. Ich habe den ganzen Tag lang durchgelächelt, weil ich einfach so froh war, dass die sich tatsächlich genommen wurde.
Ja, also ich habe mich ja beworben im Sommer und da war eben gerade die schwierige Zeit und so und ja, habe halt dann immer warten müssen, auf ja, nein und das war schon sehr kräfteraubend. Aber dann, wie ich dann erfahren habe, dass ich wirklich fix dabei bin, habe ich mich natürlich gefreut und ja, ich hoffe, etwas beitragen zu können in der Gesellschaft für Inklusion.
Also ja, mir ging es auch so irgendwie wie Annalena. Also ich war den ganzen Tag vergnügt, fröhlich, nichts hat mich aus der Bahn geworfen. Ich wollte dann sogar Party machen. Ob ich das geschafft habe, kann ich mich nicht mehr erinnern.
Okay, auf die Freude hält hoffentlich noch an. Ja. Schreiben ist ja auch Arbeit, ist auch, ja, muss drüber nachdenken, was man schreibt und, oder wie ist das bei euch? Fließt das alles so aus der Feder, die Gedanken oder wie ist das Schreiben? Für euch muss man da durchhalten. Wenn man zum Beispiel mal, wenn einem nichts einfällt, oder fällt euch immer etwas ein?
Es hängt wirklich immer vom Thema ab. Manchmal schreibe ich dann wirklich wie in einem durch und wirklich viele lange Texte und manchmal muss ich mir wirklich mal rausgehen und Inspirationen suchen.
Ja, das Leibende ist natürlich, dass wir unser Büro bei der Lebenshilfezentrale haben am Räumernplatz und um den Räumernplatz laufen sehr viele Menschen und ich gebe den Menschen dann eine Stimme und verwandle sie dann in Dialoge und ja, am Räumernplatz laufen meine Dialoge sage ich immer.
Bei mir dauert das immer ziemlich lange, bis ich einen Text, also bis ich weiß, was ich schreibe und wie ich es schreibe. Aber ja.
Ihr habt ja auch, ich glaube, über die Botschafttexte geschrieben, über eure Arbeit. Wollt ihr die vielleicht vorlesen?
Ja, dann machen wir weiter mit dem zweiten Teil vom Dialog. Da geht es jetzt um Inklusion, um Arbeit und auch um Ausgrenzung. Ich lese: Wenn jemand ableistisch handelt, schließt er oder sie von der Behinderung eines Menschen direkt auf seine geistigen oder körperlichen Fähigkeiten, ohne die Person dazu gefragt zu haben oder genaueres darüber zu wissen. Laut Duden handelt es sich dann um eine Abwertung dieses Menschen.
Ja, aber nicht nur das wird in der Gesellschaft gewertet. Auch die Kleidung, das Make-up, die Gangart, die Herkunft, der Schmuck. Ich finde es immer cool, wenn ich Menschen im Rollstuhl auf Festivals, Konzerten und Conventions sehe. Und dann denke ich mir, das ist Inklusion. Da sehe ich keinen Ableismus. Und das macht mich froh. Nur weil ich es aber nicht sehe, heißt es nicht, dass die Person überhaupt nicht mit Ableismus konfrontiert ist.
Was heißt Ableismus, liebe Iris?
Ich lese weiter. Ableismus bezeichnet unterschiedliche Diskriminierungsformen gegenüber Menschen mit Behinderung.
Man wird diskriminiert, weil man anders ist. Erst als meine Diagnose bekannt war und ich endlich wusste, was mit mir nicht stimmte, habe ich angefangen, mich in der Gesellschaft wohlzufühlen. Wenn jemand dauernd in der Schulzeit fragte, warum bist du so komisch, wie soll ich da antworten? Ich will es nicht Beeinträchtigung nennen. Ich sehe es eher als eine Gabe, meine Andersartigkeit als Geschenk. Ich bin stolz, weil ich mir Gedanken um Dinge mache, die viele nicht interessiert, die, ja, unter Anführungszeichen, normal denken.
Ich stimme dem Duden nicht bei allem zu, aber da hat Duden meiner Meinung nach recht. Habe ein neues Wort gelernt. Danke, liebe Iris.
Aber eine Frage: Wo ist die Inklusion?
Ich kenne nur inklusive Arbeitsplätze oder Werkstätten und Ausbildungen oder auch Schulen, aber sonst fällt es mir schwer, die Frage zu beantworten.
Weiß ich nicht. Inklusion findet überall statt, auch hier.
Hier? Und wie erkenne ich sie, die Inklusion?
Ich brauche dringend einen Cola. Ich bin so todmüde, Leute. Ich habe keine Ahnung, ob ich den heutigen Tag überlebe.
Kann dir ein Kaffee, Tee oder Cola helfen? Energy Drink? So ging es mir gestern. Vielleicht war ich deswegen auch so lästig.
Ich glaube, ein Cola könnte helfen. Nur ich habe jetzt keins da. Was sind inklusive Arbeitsplätze?
Inklusion findet in der Arbeit statt oder auch im Umfeld, wo man ist. Das ist die Frage, wo ist sie? Ich finde, Inklusion muss überall stattfinden. Aufeinander zugehen, unterstützen, wo es notwendig ist und einbringen.
Und inklusiv arbeiten, was ist das?
Das ist schon etwas leichter. Da arbeiten Menschen und Menschen mit Behinderung zusammen. Ich kenne mich da nicht so aus, habe da kaum Erfahrung, ob die dann gleich viel verdienen. Inklusion bedeutet, dass auch Menschen mit Beeinträchtigungen einen Arbeitsplatz an der Seite von Menschen ohne Behinderung finden. Sie können genauso gut arbeiten, brauchen nur einfach mehr Unterstützung und Zugang. Also dass es Aufzüge gibt zum Beispiel, damit es barrierefrei ist, konkrete und genaue Anweisungen und vor allem Struktur für Leute im Autismus-Spektrum. Rücksichtnahme und Geduld sind wichtig und wir können super Leistung erbringen. Und gerade wir mit Beeinträchtigung wollen arbeiten und unser Bestes geben.
Also mehr Unterstützung, Aufzüge, konkrete Anweisungen, Rücksichtnahme, Geduld. Wenn alles zusammen da ist das Rezept für gute Zusammenarbeit?
Sieht für mich nach einem Rezept für gute Zusammenarbeit aus.
Das Übliche natürlich auch, was aber eigentlich überall stattfinden sollte, wie respektvoller Umgang, angemessene Pausenzeiten, kein Mobbing und so weiter. Dass kein Mobbing vorkommt, ist heutzutage leider nicht selbstverständlich. Ich bin auch nicht sicher, ob es jemals eine mobbingfreie Zeit gab. Es gibt aber auch sehr wohl Arbeitsplätze und Orte, die mobbingfrei sind oder sein können. Meistens aber nur dort, wo auch Inklusion ist. In nicht inklusiven Arbeitsbereichen habe ich stets Mobbing selbst erlebt oder gesehen. Und das finde ich traurig. Von Erzählungen aus Freunden, Kollegen habe ich aber auch oft gehört, dass Chefs gerne dazu neigen, die Angestellten zu mobben.
Iris hat das, finde ich, richtig gut erklärt. Können wir bitte nicht über Mobbing sprechen? Das reißt bei mir alte Wunden auf.
Ja, Mobbing habt ihr ja erlebt. Ist das Problem bei der Beschäftigung der Arbeitswelt auf die Arbeitskolleginnen? Oder wie war das Mobbing? Wer hat euch gemobbt? Wollt ihr vielleicht das sagen? Auch wenn das alte Wunden aufreißt, möchte ich vielleicht.
Ich kann dazu schon was sagen. Also ich wurde in der Arbeit gemobbt, in der Ausbildungsstätte, weil die Leute, die Kollegen nicht ertragen haben, dass ich um 12 zum Papa heimgefahren bin mit dem Radl. Und ja, da waren es Urhaas und haben Steine nach mir geworfen und Maische, das ist so ein Abfall vom Apfelsaftpressen. Und ja. Aber es gab natürlich auch andere Vorfälle, auch im normalen, also am ersten Arbeitsmarkt gab es auch einige Vorfälle, aber ja.
Aber haben sie dich nicht, deine Argumente nicht verstanden, warum du wegfährst? Oder bist du einfach so gegangen?
Genau, sie haben es nicht verstanden, dass ich jetzt zum Papa gefahren bin, weil ich in Korneuburg war, die Ausbildungsstätte, und ich bin ja Korneuburger. Und sie haben das einfach nicht verstanden, dass ich da zum Papa jeden Tag heimgefahren bin und das Mittagessen gegessen habe und dann wieder um 12:45 in die Arbeit gefahren bin. Ja? Das haben sie nicht verstanden.
Okay.
Ich möchte jetzt ganz kurz auch noch was zu meinen Erfahrungen sagen. Also eigentlich seit ich die Volksschule verlassen habe, wurde ich ausgegrenzt. Und ich habe eigentlich erst mit der ersten Tagesstruktur, wo ich gelandet bin, angefangen, mich wohlzufühlen.
Okay. Also es braucht Bewusstsein bei den Mitarbeitern, bei den Kolleginnen, aber auch bei den Chefs, glaube ich, in Unternehmen, dass sie Menschen mit Behinderungen beschäftigen, dass sie Menschen mit Lernbehinderungen beschäftigen, und dazu ist ja auch die Literaturbotschaft da, wir wollen Bewusstsein. schaffen. Ist ja großartig, was ihr könnt, was ihr zeigt. Und ja, vielen Dank für Ihre Arbeit und ich wünsche euch alles Gute.
Danke.
Danke.
Dankeschön.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Mahsa Tahsibi. I'm the moderator of Fireside Chat today on how train healthcare workers on providing accessible healthcare services for persons with disability. We were expecting to have Andrew Semato from Uganda. Unfortunately, he is not here today with us because he is not here. I'm taking the opportunity to talk about how important is having accessible healthcare for everyone. I am a founder of Deaf Health in Iran. We have the same topic that with Andrew working on it, so I'm taking the chance to talk about more how important is it. For providing accessible healthcare for deaf people, we need interpreter, period. It is not acceptable to left out deaf people on medical conversation. This is not fair. Some doctors, they often tend to just do their own job because they have expertise, of course, but it is really important to let the person with deafness know about it. Providing sign language interpreter is a basic right for deaf person. Also, it is very important to have to consider deaf culture about in hospital, in healthcare setting, to respect deaf persons. I really wish that in medical universities, they provide a course on how disabled people can needs are in healthcare setting. So like teaching them how to deal with deaf patient or a blind person, this should be in the medical universities courses. We are a biggest part of the community, society, so why not? Thank you so much for attending today's discussion. We are looking forward on other session today.
Hi, my name is Lisa Zuckerstetter and I'm the head of humanitarian broadcasting of ORF, and I and my colleague are today talking about the importance of social commitment for a public broadcaster. And the stage is yours, Robert. You're starting.
Thank you, Lisa. My name is Robert Ziegler. I'm head of the Department for Accessibility and Inclusion in the ORF. And at first I make a short presentation. What's the ORF? The ORF is the largest media company in Austria. It's the public media of Austria with 4 TV channels, 12 radio channels, the most used news website in Austria and several other online offers. And the ORF, Austrian Broadcasting Corporation, is financed from all the households in Austria since 1 year. And so the claim is ORF for all, ORF für alle. And so it's clear social commitment and efforts for accessibility and inclusion have been important issue for decades. But now, with the claim ORF for all, it's very important for us that really all can take part on our offers, our programs. Yes, and now in the next 10-30 minutes, you can get a short insight in our activities, in our social commitments. Lisa, head of humanitarian broadcasting. Humanitarian broadcasting has a long tradition in the ORF. How long has ORF been supporting humanitarian causes?
It's true, it's very long ago that we started this initiative called Licht ins Dunkel. It's funded 50 years ago in Lower Austria, actually, where you are also a little bit from. And
I'm living there.
Yes, cheers goes out to Kurt Bergmann, he's the founder of it, and he visited a village or an institution where people with disabilities were working, but not really working. They were doing little stuff for, they were producing stuff for people in the surrounding who could buy that. And he was shocked by the circumstances the people were working in, and so he funded Licht ins Dunkel, back then a radio TV show, and it was so successful, the donations that were coming in, that we started it every year at around Christmas time, and well, 50 years later, it's still a major issue for us in the winter time, and we're doing it again and again, and we funded more than, sorry, that's the next question, but more than...
It's not only for the winter time.
It's not only
more than the winter time.
It's
Tell us something about what's the matter during the year, Licht ins Dunkel.
Well, the next event that's upcoming is the Militärmusik Festival for Licht ins Dunkel. We're working with the Austrian Army together, and their musicians, they were funding the first time for Licht ins Dunkel in that occasion 4 years ago in cooperation with the ORF. We are broadcasting the event in May, and that's the next thing starting in spring. And then, well, winter's coming faster than we all want to.
Spring is coming.
Spring is coming and winter's coming.
Yes, you have just started. How much money was raised for Licht ins Dunkel in 2024 and in total since more than 50 years?
Yes, that's what I wanted to mention before. Last year we funded more than 17 million, and overall 450 million since 50 years.
Beside Licht ins Dunkel, which other major humanitarian initiatives does ORF lead?
We lead also Nachbar in Not, Neighbor in Need, starting it 30 years ago during Yugoslavian war. And this is an initiative considering the needs of refugees, people in war, but also populations that are hit by natural crises like earthquakes, flood, wildfires, and at the moment very strong to-dos in Ukraine, of course.
In what ways does ORF contribute to raising awareness of social issues?
Well, on the one hand, we are we are funding the money directly on during events that we are broadcasting to, like Militärmusik Festival I mentioned before, but also we are producing TV spots, awareness campaigning, and in the wintertime that are coming faster than we want to, we have the Lichtensdunkel TV show on Christmas Eve. That's the highlight of the year, but also in November the gala for Lichtensdunkel, where many popular singers from Austria are taking a part and doing good stuff for people that are in need of the money urgently or on a longer run.
That's right. Lichtensdunkel is a part of Christmas in Austria. Christmas in Austria without Lichtensdunkel.
No one can remember that.
Can remember that. But why is this commitment for the OF so important? We can say the OF is a broadcasting corporation, radio, TV, online, how I just said in the beginning. Why this social commitment?
I think because we can, actually, and we belong to the public since ORF was founded decades ago, and the public includes also people with disabilities, with people that are in financial need, and therefore we feel a strong urgent to help and to raise awareness for all of us, for the whole public, because you said it before, OF für alle, ORF for all, and therefore we have to mention and address these obstacles, sometimes really problems that our customers face every day. So therefore we have these initiatives, and I hope for many years, besides I hope we don't need them in some years anymore.
You just said it, how important is it for raising awareness for inclusion and for these issues in Austria and the society?
Why it's so important? Sorry.
Yeah, how important is it for
Very
raising the
important.
awareness? Yeah.
For me especially, for you too, I know, and for everyone I actually meet every day at work.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
So, Robert.
Yes.
Nice to talk to you.
It's very nice.
You are responsible for accessibility of our programs in ORF since I think about 2 years. And yes, there's a big challenge you are facing. ORF has a big aim for 2030, that it's the 100% accessibility of all our programs. What does it mean, and how do you try to achieve that goal?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. We have a long tradition in accessibility offers. Subtitling started over 40 years ago with 5 hours a week. In 2025, we offered more than 500 hours a week, 28,000 hours in the year. Produced from more than 30 experts in subtitling. And how you just said, our aim is 100% subtitles in 2030. And we will reach it, as we see here on this congress, how important is the technical development, is artificial intelligence, and we will reach it only with AI programs. We started subtitling with AI programs 1 year ago, because in Austria we have 9 regional TV programs, news every evening at 7 p.m. And these regional news are most popular broadcasts of the ORF without subtitling since decades, because we didn't have the possibility to produce subtitles 9 broadcasts at the same time. And this is the progress that we can get from AI. This year we will start automatic subtitling of our sport channel, And so we are convinced that we will achieve 100% accessibility soon, latest in 2030. Yes, and it's not only subtitling, we also offer more than 3,000 hours a year with audio descriptions for the blind persons and more than 700 hours with Austrian Sign Language. And we offer, and that's very important and a very important issue in this year and in the next year, we often use in easy language for several years.
That's true, and what I know is that many people in Austria are using easy language. More than 1 million people are relying on easy language. So is that the reason why you started it?
Yes, we have several reasons. Less knowledge of German, learning disability, and people who are older and of this reason slower. And so we started it first on teletext in level A2, and we won in 2019. We started it on our news website, or FAT, daily 6 reports. A little bit later, we started it on a TV channel for culture and information, or free. And the colleagues are producing news in easy language for 5 minutes daily, and we broadcast daily news in easy language in our 9 regional radio programs.
I can think of it's really hard to produce that whole news in easy language. Especially we have a lot of news and a lot of texts all over all our programs. So what are the challenges?
There are 2 big challenges. At first, creating awareness for this offer among our customers and among our co-workers in ORF. Even after years, we get critics that news in easy language is destroying the German language. And so it's important to inform about the need of this offer for so many people in our country. That's an important contribute for integration. And the target group, that's another challenge, are very various. Immigrants, people with learning disability, older people, and so they are not organized like other groups, like deaf or blind people. And for this point, we have great expectations in our new EU project named Enact.
That's true, and can you tell us more about this initiative, please?
This initiative started 1 year ago. The first steps from the colleagues from the Slovenian radio and television, RTV, and the OF takes part. Enact means easy to understand news for collaborative transformation, and it's co-funded by the European Union. There are partners from Austria, Catalonia, Italy, Latvia, Slovenia. And this project seeks to make news on web, radio, television platforms more inclusive and easier to understand. And we have great expectations. We work together, radio and TV stations, also a university from Barcelona, institutions from Italy, and we want to learn each from other by best practices examples, and we want to develop EU guidelines for news in easy language in media. And I'm convinced that it will be an important contribution for increasing awareness of easy language across Europe and even Austria.
Wow, that's a big goal and very important. What are the next steps for us, ORF, concerning news?
Yes, the next step, I'm convinced due to Enact, this issue will achieve more attention in ORF. Second, the possibilities of it will change in the next years due to the development of artificial intelligence, AI. But I say it will be important that there will be an editorial staff working for news in easy language also in the future. We have a project with young people with disabilities who are working for producing the news in easy language. And Third, if we know more about the target group due to the project enact, we can develop new offers. And I'm convinced we need new offers for the society in Austria, that all people can take part with the news offers of ORF, of the public broadcaster, can take part on the democratic discussion on the social developments, all things which are important to take part on the society.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you for explaining what you're doing the whole week and for the next years.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Bye.
Good morning. Welcome to this Fireside chat on scaling solutions in the double sense of its word. We're talking about the Zero Project Scaling Solutions program and about how to scale innovative solutions. My name is Michael Fembeck. I'm the CEO of the Zero Project, and with me is Anthony Chanumis. Anthony is the founder and head of Inclusive Creations in Norway, who is also a partner in implementing the Zero Project Scaling Solutions program. So over to you, Anthony. First question to you is, you're doing this for the second year in a row. What's your experience from year one to year two? What are your main takeaways from this year's experience after also having presented scaling solutions already at the conference in the first 2 days? What are your main takeaways, the learnings that you want to share?
I think there's two things that really jump out at me. The first is the heart of some of these disability innovators just draws people to want to connect, to want to build relationships, and to want to help them reach their goals, whatever that might be. And of course, scaling solutions as a concept and an idea is really oriented to taking these disability innovations and amplifying them, taking them to the world. So I think heart is the number one thing that's coming across to me, and the other part is head. So this is all about how we think critically about what we're doing in a way to ensure that the impact that we want to see is being created. And again, scaling solutions is an excellent avenue for making that happen, because we take impact from one community and we accelerate it, we amplify it, we bring it to another.
So with the Scaling Solutions program now in its second year under your leadership, what are your 1, 2, 3 most important learnings about how does scaling really work? What can a program like the Scaling Solutions really do? What works and maybe also what does not work, some learnings?
I think the number one thing is the founder matters. Their personality, their temperament, their resilience is what will help their organization, their initiative go from one area to another, will help them grow as an organization. So I think founder-centric work is kind of what we're embedded in. The second piece builds on that in terms of the relationships that those founders create with their stakeholders, whether that's user groups, people with disabilities, NGOs, government, or other private entities. And I think those relationships are what are critical to ensuring scaling happens. Without those relationships, it's just a drop in the bucket, right? You're not able to scale because you don't have the community that you can help build from.
Yeah, so let's drill a little deeper now on that aspect. Innovation, put it really bluntly, is also another word for risk and also another word for often failing. Scaling innovations is basically the same thing. Yeah? So most of the innovations related to disability or not, most of the innovations, also the scaling innovations, fail at some point. No? So, but what are your takeaways, what are learnings, what can a project like Scaling Solutions do also in selecting the right ones? I think this is also critical. Not everyone is here for scaling, no? Even if they want to.
Of course, and I'll go back to that first takeaway. The founder matters, and their struggle when it comes to coming up with an idea, a concept, and in building and growing that concept is where I see a lot of the pain points, right? Whether it's their leadership skills, their, I hate this term, but soft skills. I like to say power skills. Their ability as a leader to communicate their vision, their ability as a leader to build those relationships and to ensure that what they're doing isn't just a local initiative that stays local and is dependent on giveaways, but actually creating a market, investigating that market, and making sure that that market exists across the planet.
Also building on your experience with and without the Zero Project, not everyone should scale. No? So there might be people coming to you, approaching and say, well, I want to grow, I want to go into another country, and you say, yes, but no. How, are there some criteria that you would name for people who should not take that risk?
I think if you have not yet investigated the market for your work outside of your community, then you are not ready to scale. Because what we find is that there are a lot of community-based initiatives which are absolutely essential for providing services on a local level. But in their imagination, this service is needed everywhere, when in fact, that service is being provided in a number of different ways through a number of different entities. And often when you're trying to scale community-based initiatives, you're reliant on government funding or donor funding. And this is not as effective as model as private enterprise-driven revenue models. It's just the way things are. And I think those are the criteria that I look for when I look for the initiatives that can scale. Have they explored the market outside of their area? Not just we would like to, but we know the same market opportunities exist in this country as they do exist in my country, whatever that might be.
And there's always this aspect of at what stage of scaling they are. No? So you talked about a model from our research, and I'm bringing a little of my personal research into this. We are doing a report that we will present at the Global Disability Summit 2nd and 3rd of April in Berlin. It's about understanding and analyzing 25 what we call scale-ups, so models that have successfully scaled across country borders. We analyze them and we bring solutions into these publications to understand what they have in common, what common success factors they are. And critical, and this is coming back then to you, is this stage of scaling. No? So many of them, at least, and this is also a question, you would agree, should at least have a kind of proof of concept that works, a pilot that works, and scaling and growing is not something to do at a stage where you're not completely sure what your product is and how it's relevant to your market.
And I think it's those stages that help guide us in our selection process, because you're absolutely right. We cannot take a proof of concept level idea and help generate growth, because we're still not certain that there is the market that exists for that product. It's just shown that this could work in terms of solving a problem. And that's a great innovation. That's certainly a necessary first step. But when we want to help scale these initiatives, we need to know that they've already had initial growth, that they've already gone from concept to product or service, and that is viable in their local area, their community, and maybe even they're further down the road. Maybe they've already hit a country level or even an international level growth, and we help them take it even further, and that becomes the later stage scaling opportunities. But I want to point something out, because I think it's a bit of a misnomer that these stages happen sequentially and that it's a linear process. Because what we've seen, and I would love to hear what your thoughts are, is sometimes when you start to scale, you realize that there's maybe some product design issues, maybe there's some business model issues that require you to take a step back. And maybe you're already at a later stage of scaling that now it necessitates you to pivot a bit and go back, maybe not to proof of concept, but certainly to a little bit of a redesign stage.
Yeah. To drill down on this point, what we also saw is that, as you said, even if a proof of concept is there and there's a group of users and there's a group of customers that are even willing to pay for this, sometimes it stays limited. And then you get a new customer, which is a large company, and they say, well, if you add this and this feature, then we can use this to work with our employees, and then can we use this to work with our own customers? And then you, of course, have to go back and somehow not reinvent, but rebuild it a little. Huh?
The local context matters, and what brings to mind in this situation is Aditi's Good Goodie project. She has done such a wonderful work, and she's one of our current scaling fellows. She's done wonderful work making inclusive playgrounds in India, and she's gotten great traction, has really high-profile clients, working with building developers, working with government and schools, and seeing her initial trajectory, you hope that this is going to work elsewhere. And as you begin to kind of find new ways of connecting her to new clients, you quickly realize that anywhere they go, they're going to have to reimagine, rework, reframe what they do.
Especially when it comes to the context of international scaling, no? Because you have to consider factors that you might not even be aware of. So the worst thing, from my experience, you don't know what you don't know. No? So you're going to a country And this is what we see as also the role of the Zero Project. So we encourage this, but we also know what we want to see. You're going to a country with a different culture, you're going to a country with a different language, you're going to a country where the market works differently, where the service provider situation is different, where there is or is not tax deduction for certain issues, and so on, of course. But as you said, this is about having understood the market. No?
And this is where partnerships play such a key role, because when our fellows are planning to move into those new markets, the first thing we think about is who can we connect them to that can help guide their journey, right? If we have a group from India trying to scale into Latin America, so immediately we think, okay, Descubreme is the right partner to help find connections in those localities, in those countries. Because the worst thing you can do is think about copying and pasting from one area to the other. It just doesn't work. But having a local guide means you're going to be able to recontextualize what you're doing for that locality. And in doing so, one of the things that has come out of all of our work is understanding that those local partners have to be aligned with your value system as an organization. While it may be helpful and worthwhile if you're a NGO focused in on disability rights in some way, to partner with an organization that may be out of the disability rights sphere, that's okay. But you can't be misaligned on the value of what it is to exist in this world. And that can be a challenge.
What I also would like to bring into this discussion is, of course, an enormous difference if you're talking about a low-cost solution that can easily scale, that only basically needs training or train-to-trainer models. An NGO transferring this to another NGO has a similar need, and they have a good feedback and impact. So simply training someone is already maybe good enough for creating some online resources. This is a very different model than you have, for example, a highly developed ICT-based solution that constantly needs research, that constantly needs high-tech investments. Of course, you need different type of partnerships, and you need different types of market, and you need different type of customers for this type of solutions. And for me, and this is what my question to you, for me this is maybe the most less understood part of scaling, that this decision of how to scale is so important, and the options that you have. If you get this wrong, the best type of solutions that exists as a proof of concept might fail, because the second decision has gone awfully wrong. No?
I mean, when I think about options to scale, I'm immediately drawn to HappyBots. Right, so this is a group based in the Netherlands, and the founder there has designed a robot that helps people who have psychosocial disabilities, so someone along the autism spectrum, express their emotions, especially for children. And so he targets schools. Now, he can choose to scale by finding new clients, new schools, and new areas. He can also choose to scale by licensing his designs, by finding partnerships in local areas that can distribute his product. So that choice becomes both an opportunity and a potential pitfall, because again, as you said, making the wrong choice could mean that the scaling fails in some way.
And actually, HappyBot is another good example about making good decisions in scaling, because it's basically a ready-made tool, and you could sell it on Amazon if you want, but he doesn't. And there's one reason, because it should not substitute human interaction, it should support it. And if you simply sell it, people could use it in any kind of context for anything, and also then this would harm the impact of the project. So he always wants to embed this into, as you said, trusted partnerships and people who have the same vision, and this is by carefully selecting who to work with. No?
Yeah, that ethical decision is really, it requires reflection. Because as you say, it would be the easiest thing for Rob to just be like, I'm putting this out on Amazon, everybody loves it. It's a beautifully designed piece of technology. I would buy one and, as you say, not use it for its intended purpose. And so I think that there's such a chance within the Scaling Solutions program for founders to take that step back and to reflect on their journey, and to have coaching and guidance and support, and people they can consult with to help them make these really challenging decisions.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm looking at the clock. I think we could go on like this for quite some time. It was completely unprepared. It was simply an engaged discussion of two people who really know and estimate each other's work. And we also wanted to give you some idea about the work of Scaling Solutions and the expertise that we're jointly developing on this, and we are looking forward for continuing our cooperation and developing Scaling Solutions and become more and more effective every year. So thank you, Anthony, for being with us.
Thank you, Michael. It's an absolute pleasure.
Welcome back to the Fireside Chat. My name is Connie, and I'm here with Amber Correa. Just a little visual description of myself. I'm a middle-aged white woman with a ponytail, black glasses, and a blazer on. My interviewee today is Amber Correa, a talented artist with disabilities, a woman of color who participated in the prestigious Kennedy Center internship programming, showcasing her passion in the arts. Now based in the UK, she continues to inspire through her creative endeavors. In the 2025 award ceremony held last night, Amber performed a moving violin piece inspired by the stories and achievements of the 77 awardees. Her performance highlights themes of inclusion and the transformation of the power of the arts. Amber's journey in artistry serves as a beacon for diversity, accessibility in our global arts community. Welcome, Amber.
Hello, thank you.
Amber, do you just want to describe yourself?
Yes, I am a young woman with long curly hair wearing a black suit with a green shirt.
Great, great. Let's get into some questions for Amber. So the first question is, what inspired you to create your violin piece for the Zero Project Award ceremony?
Well, when I was first asked, I wanted to create something that really represented the work that was being done to make this community more accessible. So I reached out to my aunt, who's a renowned composer named Carla Lucero, who had just finished composing her opera Touch, which is a story about Helen Keller and the foundation of the American Civil Liberties Union. So together we took themes from that, and we then deep dived through all of the pictures, all of the videos, all of the descriptions of all the awardees, and created this story of self-discovery. And it just became such an impactful, moving story for me, and I was so honored to be able to share it.
It's great to have family to work with, right?
Yes, it's very nice.
That share your passion for the arts. It's a family business, very much like the Zero Project and inclusive arts, too.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. So how does your work highlight the importance of inclusion in the arts?
So my current work is both in my performance sphere. I have started a quartet called the Jasmine Quartet, and our sole purpose is to perform works and compositions by underrepresented composers, whether it be people with disabilities, people of color, people in the queer community, because classical music, it tends to be slightly exclusive, so we want to break those barriers. And in my research, I'm currently training as a music therapist, and I work with nonverbal autistic children from ages 3 to 5, and just introducing them to music and watching them through this creative lens has truly been inspiring for myself and in my own work, the things I learned from them. So, yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. We'll probably want to hear a little bit more about that creative process. But let's talk about the impact in your participation in the Kennedy Center internship program that it's had on your career, and what is your experience regarding inclusion in the arts from that?
Yeah, so prior to my mentorship with the Kennedy Center, I was actually having a hard time. I didn't know if I could really pursue a career in classical music because in my experience it isn't the most accessible field, especially once you get to the higher conservatory level. And with my disability, it was injury after injury, and I couldn't find a community of people who could advise me. So when I applied to the Kennedy Center program and with my mentor and just started talking to Niv Ashkenazi and the group of women that also won, it has been life-changing. Through this program, they taught me how to present myself, how to continue working in this field, gave me practical advice, and through them I was accepted into my master's at the Royal College of Music, And through the support from my mentor, I have reached out and completed my training with Musicians Without Borders, and I'm now creating my career. So.
Oh, that's awesome. So talking about your creative process a little bit, and in regards to your disability, how have you worked through your building a new creative process when you work in your medium?
I think for me, it was just a mental switch. Instead of working despite my disability, I'm going to work with it and allow myself the space and allow myself the time. Like, I don't need to push myself to the point of hurting, because that's not going to get me anywhere anymore. And so once I got to RCM, I found the support. This was the first school that really had an accepting environment and people that would work with me and accommodate with me. And so I think with their support, they've kind of given me back my potential to have a performance career.
So in the US, there's a typical accommodation kind of with an accessibility office. Do you find that the same at the Royal Academy, or do they, are they doing a hybrid model, or how does it work there?
It's a different pace at the Royal College of Music. In the US, they have all the accommodations on paper, but in the classical music world, it's very competitive, and you're still pitted against everybody at the same exact standard, which you should be, but they don't give you space to breathe. They expect you to be a robot. And so at the Royal College of Music, they really encourage us to promote our differences and promote our uniqueness and not be robots, but to be human and perform as humans and to tell our own stories, because that's what creates the music, and that's what creates this beautiful creativity that the college brings.
That's so interesting, and as a post-academic, I can vouch for, we need to work on a new model for some of those things. As you talk about your creative process and making art, you're talking about restoration, right? Being able to go at your own pace. And have you seen yourself be able to really embrace the creative process more, creating more joy in your music making?
Absolutely. Having more space and just bringing my own flavor to my music has been so much fun. And then finding my quartet of people who I can do this with and playing all these compositions, it's been such an amazing experience. I feel like I'm finally creating my own path and my own vision, and truly what being a performer means to me. I'm having my identity now.
Yeah, I think that's so important, to claim those identities and to be a pioneer, you know, as a violinist with disabilities and all the other identities that you claim, to move forward in strength and power. So I love that for you. Can you talk a little bit more about your work with children with nonverbal autism and how you use music in that process?
Yes, so I started this work. I grew up with my friend, my best friend, her brother had Angelman syndrome. And just growing up around him and noticing how he kind of lit up whenever there was music, and he would start really communicating more with it. And I realized, okay, this is a path, like this is something that's really cool. And then I started teaching, and I noticed that a lot of times they're kind of pushed into a corner, and that's not right at all, because it's not that they think anything wrong, it's just they think differently than the society expectations. And when you give them this especially the children, I'm talking ages 3 to 5 or younger, you give them this creative outlet and you just watch their minds, and it's beautiful and it's inspiring. And so I started teaching music lessons. Right now I only have 2 students, and the first day I couldn't get them into the room. And now one of my students, he comes in, he sits at the piano, and he starts to play. So I've been teaching him pitch patterns for different words. And like no, yes is his name, his favorite toy, which is a cat. And I've been working with him for almost a year, and he said his first word the other day, it was cat. And it was the most heartwarming moment just to have that like response to the music.
I think those kind of stories are so important to tell, how music becomes first language and then verbal language comes after that. And even if it didn't, he would still have music as a first language.
Yes, absolutely. I truly believe, it's always been my belief that music in of itself is a universal language. You hear musicians saying that a lot, but in my work, I've seen it heal, like from people, because of my work with Musicians Without Borders, I've seen it heal people who have had truly traumatizing experiences, but then rebuilding that community through music from people who don't speak the same language, do not have the same culture or religion, but they're all communicating through music. I think it's something that the world needs at the moment.
And do you feel like you're finding your community with disability and music and in the arts?
I'm working on it. I think meeting people here has definitely been a big step, and through the Kennedy Center program, Access VSA, having that community as well. I think in the conservatory classical music world, we are a couple of steps behind, but every single step counts. So I'm hoping that through my work and through RCM's work in community building, we'll slowly bring more disabled people, more disabled children into say, yes, classical music is a path, it is a possibility, so come join.
That's amazing. Well, I have to say, Amber, you are really a new, inspiring leader, with great strength and power in using your music to introduce awareness, disability awareness, to show your strength as a musician with a disability. I think that's really important, and I think you'll be a pioneer in this new pathway that you have, and you'll be able to give music access to many more people as well. And I think the unique thing about the Zero Project Conference is that you find like-minded community to build networks with and partnerships with as you move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Meeting everybody here has been so inspiring. It's given me so many ideas. I know there's a group of people here that we're already planning, so hopefully there's more to come.
Great. And I'm just going to ask you, since our time is almost up, if you have a few final words, anything that you want to talk to our audience about.
Yeah, I think it's like I said, the music world is a diverse place, and it's something that we should celebrate. And though classical music, we study past music, but that doesn't mean that there's not stuff happening right now within this beautiful realm of music. And again, it's every single step that counts, every single person that gets involved, every single person who attends the concerts and promotes these underrepresented composers. It makes a difference, and I hope we can continue making that difference.
That's amazing. Amber, thank you so much for being your true self and spreading your joy through music with all of us.
Yeah, thank you.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zum Fireside-Chat ohne Fireside. Ich freue mich wieder sehr, hier zu sein. An meiner Seite ist meine sehr geschätzte Kollegin Heidemarie Ecker vom Verein FMB, Frauen mit Behinderungen. Und wir werden ein wenig unsere persönlichen Highlights der letzten Tage besprechen. Und starten eigentlich gleich so ein bisschen atmosphärisch, haben wir uns gedacht. Also es ist ja ein sehr, sehr guter Spirit, ein sehr guter Vibe, auch heuer wieder bei der ZeroCon. Die Location ist natürlich wahnsinnig toll und es ist auch eine sehr erhebende Stimmung, wenn man als Organisationen von Menschen mit Behinderungen hierher kommt, um auch über wichtige Themen zu sprechen in einem so wichtigen Ort.
Ja, und Wien zeigt sich auch von der besten Seite, wenn man so rausschaut und die Sonne anschaut. Und vom Vibe her, es ist so interessant, weil ich habe schon das Gefühl, es ist also ein bisschen jünger, es ist frischer, es ist so eine gute Stimmung und andere haben das auch schon gesagt, man fühlt sich einfach, ja, total wohl, wenn man hereinkommt zur UNO und merkt, wir wollen alle, dass es eine inklusivere Welt gibt.
Genau, und du hast es schon angesprochen, das Thema der Intersektionalität ist ja auch das Zukunftsthema. Und wir starten vielleicht gleich mit einem Thema, das uns beiden ja auch ein großes Anliegen ist. Nicht nur, weil wir beide Frauen mit Behinderungen sind, sondern weil auch Behinderung und die Kategorie Frau eine besondere Konstellation erzeugt. Da gibt es ein paar sehr, sehr spannende, hat es ein paar sehr spannende Impulse gegeben. Vielleicht beginnen wir gleich mit dem Frauenprojekt, das uns auch so gefallen hat.
Ja, und zwar heute in der Früh und gestern war die Session dazu, habe ich kennenlernen können, ein sehr tolles Projekt aus Mexiko. Eine App speziell für Frauen mit Behinderungen und zum Thema Gewaltschutz. Eine barrierefreie App in Gebärdensprache, in leichter Sprache, mit Untertitel, also wirklich gut nutzbar. Und da merkt man in der Vernetzung, Mexiko und Österreich, man denkt sich, es sind ganz andere Welten, es ist fast die andere Hälfte der Erdkugel, aber wir haben so ähnliche Themen, beim Thema Frauen mit Behinderungen zum Beispiel. Und jetzt überlegen wir in nächsten Schritten, wie können wir diese App nach Österreich bringen und das ist Zero-Konferenz.
Genau, da merkt man auch den Benefit, den die ZeroCon einfach jedes Jahr wieder bringt, dass man nicht nur Inspiration bekommt darüber, was alles andernorts möglich ist, sondern dass man auch tatsächlich überlegen kann, wie kann man dann gemeinsam arbeiten, um das eben auch zum Beispiel für Frauen mit Behinderungen in Österreich Realität werden zu lassen. Und das halte ich halt auch für eine sehr für einen sehr wichtigen Aspekt, weil es ein sehr demokratischer Aspekt ist, was auch bedeutet, wie können Menschen Zugang zu bestimmten Tools bekommen, um eben auch mehr Fairness zu erleben oder auch mehr Schutz vor Gewalt beispielsweise zu erleben. Weil wir wissen ja, das ist ja weltweit relativ unisono, dass Frauen und Mädchen mit Behinderungen überproportional von Gewalt betroffen sind, nicht nur institutioneller, auch physischer und vor allen Dingen auch sexualisierter Gewalt. Und auch hier ist es ganz wichtig zu sagen, okay, es gibt was Tolles aus Mexiko, wie können wir das in Österreich machen?
Absolut. Und eins der nächsten Themen, das uns beschäftigt hat oder das, wo wir merkten, okay, bei der Zero-Konferenz ist da ein ganz anderer Spirit, war das Thema Medien. Wie schaut es denn aus bei dem Thema Medien und der Beteiligung von Menschen mit Behinderungen in der Medienlandschaft? Christina?
Ja, das war sehr spannend. Also gestern der Blog zum Bereich Media Industry, wo einerseits Cripple Media vorgestellt wurde und andererseits auch andererseits. Also Lukas von andererseits war auch da und hat einen Satz geprägt oder wiederholt, den ich auch sehr gut finde. Er hat gesagt, man muss soft to people und hard on structure sein. Also das bedeutet, dass man wirklich auch in der Sache sehr klar und hart sein muss, aber eben zu den Menschen trotzdem soft bleiben muss, weil es halt schon einen großen Unterschied macht, wer spricht. Ich meine, natürlich, wir haben den Slogan "Nichts über uns ohne uns", der ja auch bekannt ist. Gerade was aber Medienproduktion betrifft, ist es ein Slogan, der nicht sehr oft beherzigt wird. Also man merkt ja auch immer, wenn Menschen mit Behinderungen Objekte sozusagen von Darstellung sind, aber nicht selbst aktiv sind oder nicht selbst die Subjekte sind in diesem Handeln. Und wenn einfach auch ein Blick, auch von mir aus able-bodied Blick auf Menschen mit Behinderungen fällt, dann macht das auch was, weil natürlich geht es auch immer darum, die Herrin der eigenen Geschichte zu sein und natürlich auch überall dabei zu sein. Und ich denke mir, Da gibt es schon sehr, sehr viele Themen, die auch für uns in Österreich eine große Rolle spielen. Wir haben ja auch diese Studie vor 2 Jahren gesehen, also zur Darstellung von Menschen mit Behinderungen in den österreichischen Medien. Und da ist zum Beispiel rausgekommen ganz klar, dass Menschen mit Behinderungen in erster Linie entweder als Opfer dargestellt werden oder als Überfliegerinnen.
Ja, und dass Frauen mit Behinderungen so gut wie gar nicht vorkommen.
Auch das. Auch hier kommen Frauen mit Behinderungen so gut wie nicht vor.
Ja. Was da auch noch spannend war zum Thema Medien, ich habe einfach auch keine Lust mehr, irgendeine Betroffenheitsgeschichte von Menschen ohne Behinderungen zu hören, darüber, wie sie sich fühlen, wenn sie über die Lebensrealitäten von Menschen mit Behinderungen erfahren. Und ich habe das Gefühl, diese jungen Generation auch von, also Gen Z, glaube ich, mit Behinderungen, die haben auch keine Lust, international. Und das macht sehr viel Spaß, das hier zu spüren und zu hören.
Das ist auch das Tolle, was so die Energie vermittelt, dass man einfach auch das Gefühl hat, man möchte das reclaimen, wie auch über einen selber oder der Gruppe, zu der man sich womöglich zugehörig fühlt, auch gelabelt wird und wer es die Geschichten sind, die erzählt werden. Denn es sind meistens andere Geschichten. Also man merkt es ganz stark auch bei den Personen, die auf Social Media, also aktivistisch unterwegs sind, das hat ganz eine andere Tonalität, das hat ganz einen anderen Vibe und da geht es einfach auch um ganz andere Dinge, wo eine Selbstverständlichkeit auch gelebt wird, wo man dann manchmal merkt, dass in den klassischen Medien eher sehr krampfig mit dem Thema umgegangen wird. Und auch hier ist wieder die Frage, das ist die Frage der Selbstbestimmung auch ganz klar. Welcher Frame wird auch gesetzt? In welchem Kontext finden Menschen mit Behinderungen statt? Worum geht es? Geht es darum, auch Spenden zu sammeln oder geht es darum, auch Geschichten zu erzählen, die jetzt nicht nur sozusagen auf der klassischen Seite 3 in der Zeitung stattfinden, wo es um irgendein Schicksal geht? Also Schicksal ist so ein Wort, wo wir alle, glaube ich, recht allergisch reagieren drauf. Und das haben wir schon auch gemerkt, dass hier ganz viele auch junge Personen ganz klar sagen, wohin die Reise geht. Und diese Reise ist einfach wirklich eine, die sehr intersektional sein wird.
Und da muss man sagen, es ist auch sehr gelungen, dass wir jetzt ein neues Team an Moderatorinnen haben, die irgendwie genau diesen Spirit hier auf der Zero-Konferenz vertreten, zeigen und leben. Ein großes Thema jetzt auf der Konferenz heuer war ja auch die künstliche Intelligenz. Und da würde ich gerne mit dir jetzt auch ein bisschen hineingehen, Christine. Künstliche Intelligenz, KI und Behinderung, umgesetzt hier auf der ZeroCon. Wie geht es dir da damit?
Also es ist immer ein wilder Ritt, ich sage es ganz offen, weil wir haben sehr, sehr viel darüber gehört, dass KI sehr, sehr viel Potenzial bietet und birgt und sehr viele Möglichkeiten auch aufmacht. Aber gleichzeitig bin ich dann immer so ein bisschen verhalten, weil an allen Dingen auch immer ein Preiszettel hängt. Also ich sage immer, wir haben zum Beispiel auch bei der Eröffnung sehr eindrücklich diesen KI-Avatar gesehen, der Menschen, die eine fortschreitende Erkrankung haben, weiterhin eine Stimme gibt, nämlich ihre eigene Stimme gibt. Das habe ich auch sehr persönlich auf einer Ebene sehr berührend gefunden. Aber natürlich geht bei mir dann auch immer so ein bisschen das Alarmglockerl im Hintergrund los, so okay, aber was bedeutet das dann für, ich sage jetzt einmal auch Beatmungsgeräte künftig? Werden die dann nicht mehr so ausgestaltet sein, dass man auch sprechen kann damit? Was bedeutet das im Umkehrschluss? Also ich finde, dass es sehr, sehr viele Möglichkeiten gibt, die man ausloten muss. Aber es muss auch klar sein, dass es eine sehr behutsame Vorgehensweise braucht. Nicht nur was sozusagen auch die Programmierung betrifft, weil das ist sowieso ein eigenes Thema, sondern auch, was es für Konsequenzen auch für Menschen mit Behinderungen hat, wenn KI ganz viel übernehmen soll, wo womöglich auch Selbstbestimmungsrechte davon betroffen sein werden. Oder wie siehst du das?
Jedenfalls genauso. Also ich war ja auch bei der Öffnung da und das war alles sehr hoffnungsgebend natürlich. In der Technologie liegt Hoffnung für Menschen mit Behinderungen, aber ich möchte auch im gleichen Atemzug über die Gefahren sprechen und auch darüber, nicht gesehen zu werden und über die Systeme. Ein Beispiel dafür, wenn ich versuche, mich mit einer Bild-KI zu machen als Frau, die schielt, die 1,87 groß ist, die 100 Kilo wiegt, Fun Fact, dann macht es das nicht, macht das die KI nicht, weil sie sagt, das ist gegen unsere Community Guidelines. Ich bin gegen die Community Guidelines. Also ich kann mich selbst gar nicht machen. Und das ist schon eine Gefahr und ein Gefühl, das mir ein bisschen gefehlt hat am ersten Tag, aber wie ich erfahren habe, war es in den einzelnen Sessions besser. Also da hat man sehr viel differenzierter auch über, was ist gut, was ist noch schlecht, was ist noch schwierig, worauf müssen wir achten, ist man mehr eingegangen. Und natürlich, wir dürfen auch nicht vergessen, die Technologie ist nicht alles. Sie darf nicht alles sein, weil dass die Technologie immer funktioniert, dass wir immer Strom haben, dass wir immer den Zugang dazu haben, weil wir die Technik, das Geld, die Ressourcen haben, das Wissen, die gelernt haben, damit umzugehen, ist nicht sicher.
Und das ist vielleicht auch ein wichtiger Punkt. Gestern gab es ja auch einen sehr interessanten Teil zum Thema Crisis Response, also auch zum Thema Katastrophenschutz für Menschen mit Behinderungen. Wo ja auch klar ist, dass Menschen mit Behinderungen sehr oft in den Krisenstäben der einzelnen Verantwortungsbereiche nicht selbstverständlich mitgedacht sind oder eben auch nicht Teil dieser Krisenstäbe sind, um selbst zu sagen, was notwendig ist, um einen guten Ablauf in solchen Krisensituationen auch zu erzeugen. Weil das ist ja auch etwas, wo in der letzten Krise, die wir hatten, es klar geworden ist, dass es da auch um so Dinge geht wie Stromversorgung oder Sauerstoffversorgung, wie können auch Gebiete erreicht werden, wenn es schwierig ist, sozusagen auf dem Landweg zu gehen und so weiter. Und wie du sagst, also bei der KI denke ich mir, es ist natürlich schon so, dass wir davon ausgehen, dass wir eine Versorgungssicherheit haben werden, natürlich. Aber gerade bei der KI, glaube ich, ist sehr, sehr viel Potenzial, wo sehr viel Beteiligung auch von Menschen mit Behinderungen braucht, um sicherzustellen, dass eben nicht Aspekte übersehen werden. Und ich habe aber schon das Gefühl bekommen, auch in den letzten 2,5 Tagen, dass auch darauf geachtet wird, dass eben wir Menschen mit Behinderungen Teil dieser ganzen Entwicklungsprozesse sind. Und ich glaube, das ist auch so etwas, was man schon spürt. Also, dass sehr, sehr viele Personen selber Makerinnen sind, selber Entwicklerinnen sind und selber sozusagen auch alle Problemlagen, die es möglicherweise gibt, auch mitbedenken. Weil es eben nichts ist, was für Menschen mit Behinderungen gemacht wird, sondern wo halt klar ist, dass die Beteiligung einfach da ist. Und ich glaube, das ist auch der Schlüssel dafür, dass das dann verantwortungsvoll und auch gut für uns laufen kann.
Dann kann es der Hoffnungsträger und die positiven Impulsgeber sein, die wir uns ja eh auch wünschen. So, jetzt sind wir schon fast am Ende von der ZeroCon 2025.
Der Ausblick.
Ja, und wie schaut es aus 2026? Wir wissen, das Thema wird sein, ich schaue kurz nach, Accessibility, ICT und Crisis Response. Was wünschen wir uns für das nächste Jahr? Was wollen wir der Zero-Konferenz mitgeben?
Also diese Freshness, die du heute auch erwähnt hast, die wünsche ich mir natürlich auch weiterhin. Also ich habe schon das Gefühl, es ist so eine gute Stimmung, guter Vibe, so viele neue Aktivistinnen, so viele junge Personen, einfach auch eine Vielfalt innerhalb der Gruppe, die sich auch beteiligt. Das wünsche ich mir natürlich auch für nächstes Jahr. Und ich bin auch überzeugt davon, dass das Teil auch der Planungen sein wird. Aber es macht gute Stimmung und es macht auch wirklich Hoffnung. Und ich bin ganz optimistisch für nächstes Jahr.
Ich freue mich auch schon auf nächstes Jahr, aber ich möchte auch gerne einen Gedanken mitgeben. Ich fände es super interessant und wichtig, dass man auch überlegt, wer spricht denn zum Thema. Also auch überlegt, sind Frauen und Männer ausgewogen auf den Podien, sprechen sie zu Themen, wie schaut es aus, wer ist Mensch mit Behinderungen und wer nicht, weil es nach wie vor noch ein total wichtiger Aspekt ist, wer mit welchem lebensrealen Hintergrund über ein Thema spricht. Und da fände ich es eine sehr spannende Innovation und die ZeroCon hat immer Innovationen gebracht, wenn man das zukünftig einfließen lässt in die Planung. Und das wäre so der große Wunsch.
Genau, und ich denke mir, also the future is intersectional, ich glaube, das Motto für die nächste Zeit ist auch eines, das wir ja in allen Bereichen, auch der Politik und sonst wo vor uns hertragen und trommeln, weil es auch klar ist, dass wir sehr vielfältig sind und auch in unseren Lebensrealitäten sehr vielfältig sind. Und ich glaube, diese intersektionalen Zugänge auch das sind, wo klar ist, dass am meisten Leute dann davon profitieren können, je vielfältiger und bunter auch die Beteiligung ist. Und insofern freuen wir uns sehr auf die nächste ZeroCon.
Und wir werden wieder da sein, jedenfalls.
Wir werden wieder da sein. See you next year.
Yes, see you next year.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to another amazing Fireside Chat. My name is Mary Fernandez. I use she, her pronouns. I am a brown woman with curly hair wearing a white pinstripe suit today, white shoes, open-toed shoes, black top underneath, and I am the global lead for engagement at Cisco Systems. For accessibility. And I am so delighted to be here today with my colleague, who is the Senior Product Manager for Accessibility at WebEx, Nandita Gupta. And we're going to be talking about what we can all do to really enable and drive adoption of accessibility across any organization, whether large or small. So Nandita, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce yourself, and then we'll jump right in.
Oh my goodness, so exciting. Thank you for having me here, Mary, Zero Project. My name is Nandita Gupta. My pronouns are she, her. I am a petite Indian woman, long black hair, glasses, and kind of wearing the inverted version of what Mary is wearing. So I'm wearing a white t-shirt with a white and black jacket with black striped pants and brown shoes. And as Mary mentioned, I am the Senior Product Manager for Accessibility at WebEx, and I work at Cisco with her as well.
Thank you so much. And so to get us started, I would love for you to share with our audience today. Tell us a little bit about your journey. How did you get into accessibility work? What inspired you to get into this work, and what keeps you there?
Oh my goodness. So if you asked me 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that this is what I would be doing, I would have laughed. I'd be like, no, I want to build robots and I'm designing electrical systems. So interestingly enough, my journey actually started out as an electrical engineer within robotics and design systems, and worked in manufacturing for a few years and applied human-centered interaction in manufacturing systems. So my constraints for design, so to speak, were a little bit more than accessibility, but really thinking about safety. That what happens at 2 a.m. in the morning where something goes wrong and an operator has to quickly make a decision and making sure that they don't kill someone out on the production floor. So did that for a couple years. In 2019, pivoted full-time to quit my job and go back to school for human-centered design with a focus in accessibility. So since 2019, I think everything I've touched has been tied to design, accessibility, technology. And prior to Cisco, I was working at Microsoft, leading accessibility insights. So it's been an exciting journey, just trying to understand different areas of consumer products and making sure that we can really build accessibility into the fabric of how we are building our products. And that's what's exciting to me and kind of what keeps me here too.
I love that, and thank you so much for sharing that. And I think it's always so important for us to think about, you have one lifetime, but there's so many ways to pursue your purpose and passion within your career, and every skill set is transferable. And so with that, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that we all bring all of ourselves to work. And every identity that we hold doesn't get dropped off at the door as we go into our job and do our work, and then we pick it back up. And that's where I think intersection is so important. So I would love to hear a little bit about how do you see intersection playing out in the workplace, in your role as an engineer, in tech, in design, and why that's important?
I love that question, Mary. And it shows up in so many different ways, in ways we don't even think about sometimes. So to me, when I think about the intersectionality piece, and especially if I tie that back into product making, it can be really easy. I mean, I admit my bias as a product manager, where sometimes I might get too hyper-focused on maybe just one area or specific communities where, I need to make sure this is accessible to for a screen reader user. I need to make sure this is accessible for users with mobility challenges. But what we don't realize is it's not one disability per person. I mean, I myself identify as a person with a disability and multiple disabilities, right? So in terms of how we all show up, how we all consume information, experience technology, it's unique. And that intersectionality piece really comes into play. especially when we are using products. So for example, I'll actually use a WebEx example. This happened to me. I'm a captions user as well. Really helps my ADHD, keeps me focused. So sometimes in in-person conversations, if I'm chatting with you and you see me, pooh, squirrel in the corner, that's what's going on. So I usually love my captions. And so when I'm using WebEx, one feature, for example, that I'm a huge fan of is I can move my captions around. It's not tied into one area of the layout. And if I was forced to have it in one area of the layout, then my eyes are continuously moving from the camera, because I'm trying to maintain eye contact, to down here where I'm trying to read the captions. That's exhausting. Oh my goodness. Now, if you tie this into the intersectionality piece, where if the specific contrast is not working for me and I need to change up the contrast, or I might need to change up the font size, or I might need to make the fonts a little bit bigger because that's how I want to consume my captions. Now, this is where the intersectionality piece comes into play. If you forced your users to use a specific tool or a specific product just one way, you're suddenly excluding all the other users that might have preferred a different customization or a different personalization. So when we're thinking about this intersectionality piece, it's really important as product makers, whether you're a designer, researcher, developer, product manager, think of the different ways in which your users might want to consume the same feature. And think of all the different technologies that they might be using to get to that information.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that I always think about is that when we build for those edges, when we really build for kind of the margins, and we really start leaning into having technology that adapts to humans rather than humans adapting to technology. And I think for anybody with a disability, for all of us who ever have to experience technology that really wasn't built with us in mind, we're constantly being asked to adapt. We're constantly being asked to make it work for us in some way, when really it should be the other way around. Technology should always be adjusting to us, and that's, I think, what leaning into those intersections really brings out. With that, I would love to pivot a little bit, and let's talk about tactics, right? Let's talk about, I think a lot of times we always like, oh, accessibility, it needs to be in design. Like, yes, true, and comma also. We live in a world that systemically excludes disabled people. And so I would love to hear a little bit about what you think teams can do to really make that shift, that change, that pivot, and also what you think individuals can do.
I love that, Mary. And honestly, this part is one of my favorites because we all talk about the importance and we all talk about, oh my goodness, this is why it's important. It needs to be in every piece and it needs to be baked in your fabric. That's great. But how, right? What is one thing that we can all do? And I almost look at that as if you take a step back and you look at who all are the people who can change or affect or influence a product, and then take a step back and say, okay, it's everyone's responsibility, but then here's what everyone can do. So let's start out with research. When you are doing any kind of user research for your product, are you being inclusive of people with disabilities as part of that user study? That being said, is your user study itself accessible? I have been part of some user studies where the materials were not accessible. So I'm like, oh, great. Oh, my God, you included me. Thank you. But it's like you gave me a seat at the table, but there was no chair. Right? So how do you make sure that you not only invite them to the table, you actually give them an accessible seat at the table? And so starting with research, making sure that we are being very intentional with including a very diverse set. Because if you don't get those insights will never trickle down into your design phase. And then if you go into the design phase, making sure that we're not just looking at the low-hanging fruit, like, oh, color contrast or annotations. And there's all kind of tools out there, like Figma also has automated checkers for color contrast. So, that's a very easy low-hanging fruit that as designers, that is something that they can get very intentional about. But taking it a step further, not just with annotations, but the user flows. How are your information architecture across the entire system set up? Is that too complicated? Is that 5, 6 different levels down where someone has to click and it gets complicated? Are you thinking about all your critical user flows in the design phase before you even get to development? And one easy way in which I think about it in design is think of the equity in doing a task with different types of user inputs. So for example, this could manifest as, you could assign this as a score to say, okay, it took me 5 steps to do this as a keyboard user. It'll take me 20 steps to do this as a screen reader user. Oh, it only takes 3 steps as someone who's clicking using a mouse. And if you measure that in design, now suddenly you've got a way to say, oh wow, this is an inequitable experience because not everyone is going to be able to accomplish the task that they need in the same way. So making sure that you're not just doing it, but measuring it, because if you don't measure it, it'll never happen. And ROI and accessibility is super important because sometimes that's where it gets left behind, because when you think about UX and how that's being measured, right? We're doing heuristic evaluations and all this fun stuff. We have very tangible measures in which we are measuring the user experience. Making sure accessibility gets baked in there is super important. And finally, if I look at it from the development piece, this is where your data comes in. If you haven't already done any of your audits, obviously do them, it's important, but then start making data-driven decisions. It can get really overwhelming when you're looking at your entire audit, be like, oh my God, I've got all these bugs I have to fix. Well, okay, take a step back. What are the different types of issues? And then say, okay, 40% of my issues are screen reader issues, 20% are length, 30% are color contrast. Start with your biggest density, start baking that into your development process, and then slowly start going after them.
I love that. And we're down to our last 2 minutes and a half. And so just want to know, are there any closing thoughts that you have? And also want to hit on that question of what individuals can do at any level, any role, anywhere in an organization to really help drive adoption of accessibility.
Absolutely, Mary. And I feel like if there's that one thing we can all do, regardless of your role, is be intentional. I think I have this mini slogan where I say build inclusive products, one intention at a time. So if you're, again, a developer, if that's your role, build inclusive products, one line of code at a time. As a product manager, build inclusive products, one requirement at a time. It can get really easy to get overwhelmed, so be very intentional, and that's how we're going to get there, because it's not easy. Burnout is real. I know there was a session specifically on that. And there's a lot we have to get done together. So thinking about that intentionality piece is super critical, because not one role can accomplish it, right? You can't just toss the ball over to development and say, oh, you know what? I'm going to design whatever, and development can take care of it. Well, it doesn't work that way, right? There's so many things that can be addressed in different areas. And Mary, I'd almost love to turn this around and ask you, from your perspective, what is the one thing that we can all do? Well, other than, of course, being at Zero and attending these conferences and learning and giving back, what do you think is the one thing we can all do?
Yeah, I think for me, it's all about questioning. And there's 2 key questions that I think make a huge impact. One is it accessible? If you ask that, whether you're an intern or a CEO, is it accessible? You're going to raise that question, and you're going to make a difference, because a disabled person like me doesn't have an option but to ask when we come in. And so if you've created that space, if you've created that really, really helps. And I think the second piece is, who are we leaving out? Always being who's not in this room? And who are we not leaving out? Because we know they're in the world. So I think those 2 questions start creating that space of curiosity, of intentionality, and of really creating an openness for inclusion. So with that, we're going to wrap up. Thank you so much, Nandita. Love your brilliance. I hope that the audience has taken so many amazing gems from this. And I'll actually be back in a few minutes. But thank you so much, and thank you to Zero for having us.
Thank you, Zero, and thank you all. And if there's other questions, we'll be hanging around. So please reach out, connect with us on LinkedIn. This is just the beginning of the conversation. So let's keep going and onward.
Hello and welcome to the last day of the Zero Project Conference and another exciting fireside chat. My name is Phil Minardi and I am a white male with short brown hair, a navy sport coat today, probably a couple of bags under my eyes from a night of libations and jazz music. But welcome everybody for joining us. An exciting discussion we are going to be having this afternoon. I am the co-founder of a company called Build Within, which is a technology company based in the United States that uses agentic AI and machine learning to help organizations start, manage, and scale on-the-job training programs. We are here today to talk about a topic that is near and dear to all of our hearts, which is workforce and in particular apprenticeships. And how we as a community can help companies, help entrepreneurs, help disabled individuals get into lifelong fulfilling career journeys. I have the true privilege and joy of being joined by two titans in that cause. I'm going to start with my right and go through. We have Diego Mariscal, who is the founder and CEO of Together International. Together is the leading startup accelerator founded by and for disabled entrepreneurs. Diego and his team supports entrepreneurs across 15 countries. And at this point, I think over 700 entrepreneurs start and scale their companies in industries across the board. To his right, we have Mary Fernandez Aras, who is the global lead for accessibility, disability, and neuro inclusion at Cisco Systems. She is a very accomplished public speaker as well as a published author. Both of them titans in the industry, and I'm excited to have them here with me today. And I will take a point of privilege and say they are both living in the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. So we have a good representation of the East Coast of the United States here today. With that introduction, we're going to jump into it. I'm going to start off with you, Mary, with a quick question of why is the entrepreneurship mindset so important in the corporate culture?
Yeah, thank you so much, Phil. And just quick visual description, I am a brown woman, curly hair. I'm wearing a white pinstripe suit with white open-toe shoes, and sometimes you can see the slightly scuffed red bottom when I move my feet because I'm ADHD and I can't stay still. And that's because they were dancing all night at my wedding, so, you know, there's that. So, entrepreneurial mindset. It's really interesting, and I love this question because in corporations, we are very big ships, right? And why did the Titanic crash? Well, it couldn't turn around fast enough. It's not agile enough. It's so large. Very stable, but very large. And that's what corporations ultimately are, very stable and very large. And so within, in order to innovate, you have to always have this tension of having agility, creativity, and adaptation. But it's really hard to do that when you're really, really large and really stable. And so that's why, even when I was getting my MBA, one of the things that we talked about was the skill set of entrepreneurial mindset, which is being able to take a risk, being able to fail and to fail quickly, and then to learn and adapt, and being able to take an idea, to incubate it, pilot it, see where the flaws are, see where the strengths are, and then be able to scale. And so because we're in a stable ship, we can scale faster because we have the resources, we have the infrastructure, which is oftentimes what a smaller, or like a startup doesn't have. But you have to be able to nurture that safety within to be able to fail, to be able to make mistakes, and to incubate really good ideas. And what we also know about entrepreneurial mindsets and entrepreneurship is resilience, right? Because you have to be able to pivot, to be able to get up, and to take it, right, as a lesson learned.
I love that, Mary. And Diego, Mary mentioned a couple of times here the idea of building within and nurturing talent. Those are kind of the cornerstones of the apprenticeship model. Can you maybe explain to folks at home or in the audience here today that may not have had a lot of exposure to apprenticeships, can you kind of give them the elevator pitch of what an apprenticeship is and why Together International is investing in that model for its partners?
Perfect, absolutely, thank you. So I'll start with a visual description, and the benefit of me is that I always wear the same uniform when I go to conferences. So once you hear a visual description, it won't change. So I am wearing a dark suit with a blue shirt that says Disability Project Empower and red shoes. So in case you lose me in the crowd. So apprenticeship models and entrepreneurship, and specifically for Together International. So apprenticeship are these very innovative models that actually have been around for a number of centuries now, which is these models where a more experienced professional teaches sort of the tricks of the trade to a lesser experienced professional. So we can think about it as a mentorship model. What is unique about the apprenticeship model is that they are wage employees that are receiving on-the-job training and that they're recognized for their labor. And they have to follow a set of standards and guidelines that, at least in the United States, are regulated by the Department of Labor, and make sure that the employee is meeting a certain competencies or hours, so that if they transition out of that particular job, you can still be confident that they'll have those skill sets. And that is very important in the entrepreneurship space in particular, because like Mary said, on the corporate world, you have to learn to be agile, you have to learn to innovate, you have to learn to pivot, and that's exactly what you're doing in a startup, right? And so having the ability to codify those learnings and to say to an employer, we can demonstrate through this model that this individual has those skill sets, it's innovative of itself and disruptive of itself. So very proud to be partnering with you all. I hope I did a good job of explaining what apprenticeships are, and if not, I will let you fill the gaps.
Yeah, Diego, if anything can be said about 2GI and I would say Mary's work at Cisco is it is ahead of the curve, right? And I think to Diego's point, the power of apprenticeships is in the doing. So it gives an individual the opportunity to walk into a full-time job at a company or an organization and learn on the job and gain the skills that they need to be successful for the longevity, for the life of their career. Diego, I'm going to follow up that a little bit. Can you maybe talk about the partnership with Google.org and what you're doing to facilitate entrepreneurs getting into apprenticeship roles with companies and organizations?
Absolutely, absolutely. Super proud of that role. So I'll just set the stage by saying this is the first of its kind apprenticeship model, and it is codifying the startup journey and the startup environment. So the apprenticeship, which is already registered thanks to a partnership with Build Within, already registered by the Department of Labor, and it's a startup executive. And what it does is it codifies the startup journey, and it allows for individuals who want to learn more about the startup journey to work at a startup or at an established company in their innovative department, so that they can learn the tricks of the trades of what it looks like to be an entrepreneur, so they either maintain their employment with the startup or the company, or they go on and they launch their own program. What we are doing specifically is we are supporting 100 apprentices around the world, both in Latin America and the US, with the support of Google.org and other partners, to make this a reality and to demonstrate how entrepreneurship can be a workforce development strategy.
I love that, and it's I'm going to pull on a thread that Mary mentioned a little bit earlier, is that the 2GI team is giving individuals the opportunity to go into an organization and learn and sometimes fail a little bit, but ultimately grow. Mary, I want to turn it over to you and ask you a question. What does having a apprentice entrepreneur in a company contribute to long-term success of the culture and of the organization itself?
As I pass the mic, I just want to flag we have 5 minutes on the clock.
Amazing. Oh, thank you so much. So there's a couple of things that I kind of wanted to add. One is that oftentimes people with disabilities, we live under a microscope. And every action and everything that we do is overly examined. And that happens a lot at work too. So if I make a mistake, people are like, well, then we will never be able to, I'm blind. We'll never hire a blind person because Mary Fernandez, once upon a time in 1995, made this one mistake, and it's now 2035, right? And this is, and we're laughing, but this happens because that's kind of like that minority tax. And so when we think about entrepreneurship, when we think about innovation, and when we think about what it has taken the most creative minds to change the world, inventors, you have to fail a whole lot. But you don't get judged because, one, you're really outside the margins and you're kind of working on your own, or two, you hold other identities where you're given that grace. And I think what I love about apprenticeships is that understanding of like, hey, we're learning, but we're actually learning together, because I get to learn from somebody who is very used to working with very little resources, with very little support, with very little infrastructure, and just pivots and turns and makes it work. It's like a dance, it's a ballet. And to be able to offer that stability and learn with them, I think is what is the most beautiful, is giving us all the opportunity. And I think there's always goodness in any established anything to bring in new people. I love new people. I'm like, ask me the questions, because sometimes you do the same thing over and over and you want to change and you can't see because of your proximity to whatever work you do. You can't see where the mistakes are. You can't see what you're doing wrong because you're so close to it, you lose perspective. And that's what bringing in that entrepreneurial, innovative mindset brings in, of like, I'm learning, and also I have a question, and I love having people ask me questions, and I love having people like challenge my ideas. I think that one of the things that we need to get more resilient around to grow overall is to understand that we challenge ideas, not people, and that we have to lean into creative friction. And entrepreneurs and startups are used to doing that, are used to team members asking each other. And there's no hierarchy because we're all in it together. And I think overall in the world, we need more of that.
That is I was going to say, that's a mic drop moment right there. In the minute that we have left, Diego, always with the last word, I'm gonna ask you a question that has come up quite often during this conference when it comes to workforce development, which is for disabled individuals to view their disability as a competitive advantage. And I think when we talk about entrepreneurship, when we talk about entering the workforce or growing in the workforce, viewing your disability through that lens is critical. And frankly, I don't think we hear enough of that in society. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about how young entrepreneurs, or frankly anybody with a disability, can shape that mindset a little bit and use it in the corporate environment?
Absolutely. So I have cerebral palsy, right? And as a person with TP, I have literally fallen thousands of times, no exaggeration. And thousands of times I've gotten back up. Imagine what that does from a resiliency perspective, from a creativity perspective, and how you can harness that in a corporate environment or in an entrepreneurship environment. Right now, as part of the panel, what we were doing is I was voicing, we have 5 minutes left, and that helps Mary, the time, but it also helps us, be more inclusive, more creative, more resilient, and it helps us stay on task. Right? And so that's a micro example of the innovation that can come when you're thinking about an inclusive environment.
I love that. And in 18 seconds, 15 seconds that we have left, I just want to thank Mary again and Diego for their leadership within their organizations, We are going to be around if you have any questions. If you're thinking about entrepreneurship, please reach out to any of the three of us here today. But with that, thank you for joining us online, and thank you for joining us in the audience, and have a good rest of your conference.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Stefanie Dannenmann Di Palma. I work as an external relations officer at the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. It is my first time being at the Zero Project Conference, my first time ever to entertain a fireside chat, and I thought it would be something more comfortable, but I'm actually quite nervous. But on the other hand, I have a real honor that I am with Marcy Roth today. And Marcy, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. I'm Marcy Roth, and I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the World Institute on Disability. And I'm not nervous. I'm just thinking there's no fire here, so we're going to have to start our own.
Exactly, and I think we're talking about a topic today on early warning systems. And Marcy and I keep saying Marcy is my mentor for many, many years now, because I've been 20 years working for the disaster risk reduction environment, and I'm a geologist by training. And I started at the Platform for Promotion of Early Warning. And at that time, we developed an early warning mechanism which we called people-centered. But when we talked about people-centered early warning systems, we didn't talk about accessibility. We didn't talk about persons with disability. And so it was quite interesting to learn, what does it actually mean, Marcy? And maybe you want to explain that the UN Secretary General has a call on early warning for all, and why are you actually on the board, and why does it matter?
Well, I'm wondering how many of you have heard about the UN Secretary General's Early Warnings for All initiative? Okay, a few of you. So back in 2022, he established a 5-year plan that, and these are his words, so I'm not aggrandizing. He says, by the end of 2027, every person on Earth will have access to early warnings. This is a critically important agenda, and the fact that we are here talking about it, it's important that you understand that the opportunity is ours to make sure that when we're talking about early warnings for all, that we don't mean most or many or some, and that in fact we center the accessibility of early warnings for all to be sure that no one is left behind and that everyone has the opportunity to take their own personal protective measures, and as well to be able to support their community and not have to always be the recipients of somebody else's assistance. So I will add one more thing, and that is I've had the incredible, exciting, good fortune to have been appointed to the Secretary General's advisory panel. This is a panel of 23 representatives, each representing a certain sector, and they chose to appoint a person with a disability with expertise in emergencies, disasters, and early warnings to represent all of civil society. I am very honored to be in that position, but it comes with a huge responsibility to make sure that we use this opportunity so that all of civil society has accessible and actionable early warnings.
Exactly, and I think this opportunity needs to be used extremely well and with a sense of urgency as well. Because in 2023, I have conducted a survey on the status of persons with disabilities in disasters. And in 2023, with over 6,000 persons with disability responding to this survey around the world, they have indicated that 84% of those respondents said they have no preparedness plan in place, and 29% they said they would have a lot of difficulties to evacuate if they would receive a warning, and 10% that they wouldn't be able to evacuate at all. And you could look at any place in the world, because we could distinguish that per region, and it became quite clear that there's a sense of urgency. And when we look at the early warning systems, we talk about 4 elements of early warning. One is, the first one is saying you need to know what hazards and risks are in place. The second one is, if you know the hazard, can you monitor it, and you know when a hazard turns into a serious threat? And then if it turns a threat, can warnings be issued and understood and unheard, which is like the technology in place? And then the last element, are you ready? Are you prepared to do the evacuation and go to safe grounds? So my question to you, Marcy, what does it mean when you look at these 4 elements of early warning? How can those be designed to ensure that they are accessible and inclusive of persons with disabilities?
It's a great question, Stephanie. And one of the things that I know we've been working really hard on is trying to do a stock take to find out what the status is of early warnings. We need information on the front end. How many of you, and I'm only speaking to the audience here in the room, but I will ask the question of people online as well, how many of you know what your early warning accessibility is at this time in your community? How many of you know what that is? Okay, we have 2 people who raised their hands here. One of them is in a country where they are using their early warnings on a daily basis, and as a leader in the disability community, Yulia Sejcik knows the answer to that, because unfortunately she gets alerts and warnings in Ukraine many times a day. And the other person who raised their hand, Rhiannon, is a researcher doing incredible work trying to find out about early warnings. But the important thing is the rest of you don't know what the circumstances are for early warnings in your community. That doesn't just mean the accessibility of your early warnings. You are probably not very well aware of how your early warning system works. You may get something on your phone. It may or may not be accessible. You may or may not get information that's actionable. And so when we talk about this whole process, we have to start with a stock take. And so we have proposed a comprehensive look at what is happening across the globe in terms of those early warnings, so that we can then begin to apply technology solutions, collaborations, the leadership of people with disabilities to drive improvements, not just for people with disabilities. We need to make sure that older people have the information that they need. We need to make sure that people whose first language is not the language that warning is being delivered in. And we need to make sure that people know what to do if they are alerted. So those are just some of my first thoughts.
And do you have, like, because you work a lot around the world, some examples where you felt like that is a really good start, an experience where you said that is scratching in where we should go?
Yeah, so I wish there were all sorts of great examples of notifications that are accessible. Yulia raised her hands a few minutes ago. I have seen that the accessible alerts in Ukraine are far better than in many other places. Why? Because disability community leaders are demanding it. In places where there are frequent disasters and strong disability leadership, we're seeing that information is being delivered in ways that are usable. The flip side of that is I have seen time and time again the massive failures of the alert and warning systems. In Maui, Hawaii, the huge wildfires last year, there was a decision made not to operate the warning system because that system had only been designed for one kind of hazard, and that was tsunami. And they were afraid if they turned on that system that would drive people to evacuate in the wrong direction. Because what they had taught people was you evacuate up. And during these fires, the last thing you wanted people to do was to evacuate up into the hills. So we've seen some really good examples, and we've also seen huge need for both all hazards warnings and very specific actions, technologies, and practice. The communities that are practicing their alerts and warnings and evacuation are communities that are far better equipped to know what to do when disaster strikes.
Yeah. You talk about equipment and a bit of what the technology and warning. And I was very inspired sitting yesterday in the award ceremony about the inspiration that comes out of this conference here. And, you know, what is it that the role and looking at the time technology can play? And also we are very happy that, you know, the Project Zero is also looking into innovation on the topic of crisis management and risk reduction and probably early warning. Where do you think that, first of all, plays technology a role, and then what can an organization like yours or colleagues that are sitting here contribute to make things better?
So technology, I think we would all agree that technology is key. It is not the only piece of the solution, but it is key to solutions. And the World Institute on Disability has been working on some really exciting solutions. We're in fact going to roll some of that out at the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in June in Geneva. We are working with a company called Infinite Access, infiniteaccess.io, so take a peek. And it is a way of bringing a variety of accessible solutions together in ways that will then give people the opportunity to customize their emergency alerts so that they work for them, where they need them, when they need them, and how they need them. So technology is fundamental to this process for individuals, but it also requires that governments and communities and businesses and innovators are all working to ensure that the latest and greatest technology is being driven by accessibility, that all technology is born accessible and that it continues to be measured by people with disabilities. The World Institute on Disability has a cadre of user testers. We're testing some of these products and services to make sure they really do work. And when we get this right for people with disabilities, the whole community benefits. And I think we all know that. Here at the Zero Conference, that's such a central piece of all of the innovation. Get it right for people with disabilities, and you're going to get it right for the whole community.
Thank you, Marcy. And as we're running out, my plea is please come to the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction because it's really accessible to all and we can make a big noise on the disability and you can meet with policymakers as well. With that, thank you, Marcy, and thank you for all for being here.
Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project, and I have the honor of being here with Sue Swenson on my right, the president of Inclusion International. And what we're going to discuss is advocacy in a time of peril. I can't think of a more apposite and suitable topic for discussion. Sue, thanks so much for joining me today. First question is, could you please kick off by explaining to us what an OPD, which is an organization of persons with disabilities, is?
Yes. So it's really important to understand that we have many organizations in the world that are led by persons with disabilities. They are not necessarily OPDs. If they are not representative organizations with democratic structures in place, they are organizations led by a person with a disability. That's important. It's important also that we have professionals who have disability experience and can bring that to their work. It's important that we have other kinds of organizations of people with disabilities that are not representative or democratic. But today I want to talk about the focus only on organizations that have democratic structures in place and that are representative. Because sometimes we get pushed aside by other organizations. It's easier to deal with a professional organization that has a leader who is a person with a disability than it is to deal with a democratic organization that is representative and that has voting structures in place. We have an infrastructure that needs to be funded at Inclusion International. Our members vote on policies. Our council votes on policies. Our board votes on policies. And it's not necessarily fast to work with us. And this infrastructure requires investment and cooperation between people for us in every region of the world except Antarctica, and with all kinds of organizations who are members of us. So our voting members are all organizations run by people with disabilities and their families, and they're all recognized by their government as a nonprofit organization. And that's important. So today, I really have the challenge before me to try to provoke you to think about this. And I may actually provoke you to other kinds of feelings besides just thought. Sometimes that happens because it sounds like I'm insulting organizations that are run by a person with a disability, or that have a staff member who is a person with a disability, and that they put that person forward and say, see, we can cover disability. I used to say when I worked in government, and in the United States I've worked for 3 presidents on appointments from the White House. I've given out hundreds of billions of dollars of grants. So in HHS, I ran the developmental disabilities programs. In Ed, I ran the special ed programs in VR. And then I went back into Biden and gave out a bunch of money to work on employment goals for people with disabilities to get them out of sheltered workshops. So I have that background. I have been muzzled for at least 10 years of my life because I worked in government. And there are things you don't talk about when you're in government. I don't work for anybody now. I am a retired person. I do my job at Inclusion International as a volunteer. So let me just say this. If your organization is not finding some way to support democratic organizations of persons with disabilities, either in your local community, at your national level, or at the international level, and you think you work in disability, you are making a terrible mistake. There are many ways to support such organizations. You can work with them, and I'm going to say us, but our organizations, my organization has members at the local level around the world. We also have members at the national and regional level around the world. I'm also on the board of the International Disability Alliance, which is the umbrella organization with members around the world. You can work with us on your projects. Pay us if you're asking us to do work. If you're paying your other partners, pay us. think about if there are ways to support our democratic infrastructure. We are practicing democracy every day of our lives. And that is the thing that is going to save us in this time of peril, in this time of authoritarian threat and far right-wing threat to what is a democratic reality in the world. Practicing democracy is critical for all of us. Join an organization if you can. You can join Inclusion International whether you are a person with an intellectual disability or not. You can join to support us. You won't get a vote, but you can support us. Think about that. Think about what are your neighborhood organizations. It doesn't have to be a disability organization. If you understand disability and you have a neighborhood organization that's working on key issues in your community, join and bring the point of view of persons with disabilities to that organization. Practice democracy. If you say you are a leader, here's probably one of the most insulting things I have ever said. If you say you are a leader, it's very important sometimes to look behind yourself and see if anybody is following you. So many people say they're a leader, and what they mean is they're an opinion leader or a knowledge leader or practice leader. That's really important. Is anybody behind you? And is there a democratic process behind you? That's the only bulwark we have against the authoritarian takeover of our systems. And believe me, if democracy is threatened, people with disabilities are threatened. We only have social protections if we have an opportunity to bring our voice to our government. We only have innovation if our government is funding projects that are meaningful to everyone. I've funded a whole bunch of technology projects in my government days. It's really important for ICT and employment and education to get funding from government. Guess what? It's the organizations of persons with disabilities advocating in your country or in your state or at your local level. That's where the advocacy is coming from to fund what you are doing. You can't go into a government person and say, oh, I'm so great, I'm doing this wonderful ICT and I won a Zero award. They're not going to fund you because of that. They're going to fund you because your work is meaningful to people with disabilities as defined by organizations, democratic organizations of persons with disabilities. Believe me, I've run an OPD at a national level in the United States, put a lot of work into making sure that we were educating members of Congress about what was useful and helpful to people with disabilities and what was not.
Right.
So there are things online. If you look up OPDs and how to work with OPDs, there are wonderful statements online. CBM has a great text online about what you should be doing and what you should be thinking about. There are people here who can help you with this. Not very many. I don't think I've ever seen an OPD win an award. I mean, a lot of our members have won awards at Zero. And a lot of the programs that I funded when I was in government have won awards at Zero. But I haven't seen OPDs as such win an award for their democratic work.
They're OPDing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's why I say OPD instead of DPO. Disability persons organizations or disabled people's organizations. That puts the disabled person in front. And okay, but some people are making the argument that if you have a big staff and your CEO is disabled, then you are DPO. No, that is not what the CRPD says. The CRPD says you are a DPO or an OPD if you are a representative organization of persons with disabilities.
Great.
And that's very different. So when I was in government, I always used to tell people who came to me, I would much rather have a spokesperson with a great set of data than I would have a disabled person come and tell me what was the right thing to do. Data, opinion, broad opinion, the kind of opinion that you get when you work with representative organizations is tremendously valuable. And data, we're beginning to have some data that describe the wants and needs of persons with disabilities and their families around the world. it's not a very good data set yet at this point. We're beginning to have that. We're beginning to have some professionals, and many of them are persons with disabilities or persons with experience as family members, who can describe the wants and needs of persons with disabilities. That's incredibly valuable. I'm not meaning to suggest it's not. It's also incredibly valuable to have people who understand technology and who reach out to disabled people to help them lead that. That's great. Empathy, no matter what some recent political people have said, empathy is a key skill.
Great. Thank you. I'm cognizant of time, and I want people to understand, we've got just over 4 minutes, but I really want people to understand how Inclusion International fits in the ecosystem.
So we focus entirely on human rights, the human rights of persons with intellectual disabilities and their families. We have a system online now called listenincluderespect.com. You can go there and it will help you figure out how to include people with intellectual disabilities in meetings and decision-making processes. And people with intellectual disabilities have never been well accommodated in meetings. They're tokenized, they're brought to the table, and pretty much ignored. Listen, Include, Respect will tell you how to get past that and how to really listen to people. You will be shocked at the insights that come from people who live with intellectual disability and their families. I guarantee you, you will be shocked by it. So I encourage you to go and look at that. The focus on human rights is, it goes from top to bottom. It goes all the way down to our local members, and it goes to us. I think about it every day. And the goal of human rights is not so that we have conveniences in our life. It's not even so that we have safety in our life. We have human rights so that we can guarantee that everyone has equal human rights in our world, and that's where peace comes from. So I think we are peacemakers.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're working on. I think anyone who's working in the disability space is working on that, because you are helping the most vulnerable people enjoy their human rights in the world. And you should count yourself as a contributor to peace in the world if you do that. I often say this: human rights are not rights that we give to others when we deem them to be human. People with intellectual disabilities are often excluded from being human beings. Human rights are rights that we recognize in our fellow men because we are human. It's our responsibility and our goal as full human beings to reach out and support the human rights of every member of the human family. And that's something that we work on every day.
Absolutely, and we should be doing, and especially now.
Exactly.
Yeah. We've got ourselves just under 2 minutes, so my goodness me, I've taken everything in, and there was an awful lot. So do you think you could just provide listeners, viewers, with 2 key points to take away with them so that they can understand what you're doing and what we can all do together, which is so important at the moment?
Go to listenincluderespect.com. Those guidelines were developed with input from 1,500 organizations and persons in every region of the world, and along with Down Syndrome International. Go there and challenge yourself to use those guidelines when you interact with people with intellectual disabilities. Join organizations. Be part of the democratic movement. Do not allow yourself to only think about your funding or the threats to your position, but instead join, because we are stronger together. We can make change if we're together, and there's all kinds of organizations that need your belonging and your support and your solidarity. They're everywhere. You can find one where you really belong. It's not that hard to do, and I guarantee you will be welcome. So,
wonderful. Thank you so much. Remember, democracy. From what I've taken, that is one of the major reasons. That's
if we lose
what
democracy,
it's all about.
if we lose democracy, we can't protect our planet. We can't protect our progress. we are in big trouble.
We lose. Tom Butcher from Vienna at the UN. Sue, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings for all of those joining from Vienna, from your home, from anywhere in the world, actually. Welcome to the Zero Project Conference 2025. My name is Beatriz, and I work on disability inclusion at the International Labour Organization. Welcome to this fireside chat, where we'll be talking about employment of persons with disabilities in the European Union. Joining me today is Monica Chava, European Commission Policy Officer, leading on the employment of persons with disabilities. Welcome, Monica.
Thank you.
So let's just dive right into the subject. Monica, the employment of persons with disabilities has been a persistent challenge across the European Union. Despite various initiatives, progress is still slow. So what are the main reasons behind this persistent gap?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I think personally there are four main challenges. However, before I dive into the challenges, I wanted to acknowledge the member states' efforts. I focus, of course, on the European Union member states, and there has been a lot of efforts undertaken by the member states, including quotas, including wage subsidies, including various information campaigns, business support. Nevertheless, in spite of all this, in my view, this is my personal view, there are four persistent challenges, and only one of them is linked to employment. And the first one is linked with the life in general. Disadvantage starts early in life, and children with disabilities very often do not have the same opportunities as those without disabilities, and they often in segregated settings, persons with disabilities are institutionalized, they leave education early, so they do not have the same starting position as those without disabilities. This is number one. Number two, which is linked to number one, is low self-esteem. Then persons with disabilities who are not starting on the same level do not believe in their abilities. And often you hear about good practices on employment, which concerns coffee shop, hospitality, etc. We don't see so many persons with disabilities having higher positions, and that's because of the self-esteem. And that also links to the social protection systems, which in some cases are very rigid. So it's difficult to get in, get out of the disability benefits, and somebody with low self-esteem will not take the risk to go on the labor market out of fear. And then finally, what concerns employers, there is little awareness about potential of persons with disabilities. On one hand, their potential. On the other hand, little awareness about how reasonable accommodation could be put in practice, what is the cost. There are a lot of misconceptions. And that's why in our actions, we focus on all those four challenges.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Monica. That's definitely a very comprehensive approach that realizes that to access employment, you need to access education, you need to access infrastructure, you need to have access to independent life. Right. That's very important. So what are the European Commission's main priorities when it comes to improving employment for persons with disabilities, and how do they align with the broader EU strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities, and also the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities?
So, of course, the United Nations Convention is our main policy framework on which we based our strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities. And here I wanted to answer very shortly, in fact, with one sentence, because this is the one key sentence that I would like everybody to remember. This is the strategy has been published in the context of a broader framework, which is called Union of Equality. So, rights-based approach. And this is the key. Persons with disabilities have the rights. We don't need any charity approach. We need to uphold their rights to equality in all spheres of life, including in employment.
Very well. And as we've heard from a very rich and interesting panel yesterday, the European Commission recently introduced the Disability Employment Package. Can you give us a general overview of its key elements?
Yes. One of the 7 flagship initiatives of the Strategy for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities focuses on employment of persons with disabilities. It aims at addressing all those challenges I've mentioned earlier, including misspelling the myth about the potential of persons with disabilities, about the costs of provision of reasonable accommodation. The package is nothing else but the knowledge hub. What we've done, and we've worked together with the key stakeholders across Europe, be it national governments, be it public authorities, be it European experts, national experts, civil society organizations. We work together to collect the guidance that exists already and to collect the good practices. We have reviewed model practices and the guidance that exist in the whole cycle of employment, starting in recruitment, through retention of persons with disabilities in employment, through returning to work, through employment in alternative settings, and we looked at how this could be done in an inclusive and accessible ways, and we try to explain what are the roles, responsibilities, at what stages, what needs to be done, and moreover, where the support can be found on a national level. All the guidelines are available for everybody. They are published on the webpage of the package.
Amazing. ILO's research shows that inclusive workplaces benefit not only employees, but also businesses and economies. And this is something that the European Commission believes and upholds as well. So why do you think that misconceptions about the cost or the feasibility of hiring persons with disabilities still persist among employers? And how does the package support businesses in overcoming these obstacles?
Yeah, so it's very much linked with the first question that I answered already on the lack of awareness about the potential, about the costs. We looked into it, and one of the guidelines under the package is dedicated to reasonable accommodation. This guidelines is in fact translated in all the EU languages, and in these guidelines we try to misspell these misconceptions. And in fact, we quote after the European Disability Forum the cost of reasonable accommodation, which in fact in 60% of cases is free. So there is no cost. This is the US study. And the average cost is about 500 euros. So the cost is not high, and we talk about it. Also, employers sometimes think that they have implemented reasonable accommodation, where in fact it's not reasonable accommodation. So we try to explain what is not reasonable accommodation, and in fact that it goes beyond the work setting. It starts in recruitment, and it should continue throughout the whole employment process, including the opportunity for career progressions for persons with disabilities. So the whole guidance is there, explaining who, what, and when should do what, and that the cost is not high, and moreover, it provides national resources that would be very helpful.
Thank you. When it comes to reasonable accommodation, I mean, that's one of the greatest barriers we hear from employers. And in addition to not being that expensive, it also needs to be looked at as an investment in your employees, and a cost just as any other cost that companies have on their staff. Yes. So it's important to also consider that, yes, reasonable accommodation is one of many other costs, and it's okay. Yeah. The ILO has also emphasized that skills development and lifelong learning are crucial for persons with disabilities to access quality jobs. Does your package also include measures to promote training and upskilling opportunities?
Yes, absolutely. As this is the initiative of the European Union, and we are aware about the skills shortages. In fact, we've just launched the Union of the Skills, which is the major program. We have developed one deliverable, one output that is dedicated to adult learning. It's been done by the EU agency in charge of the vocational training, and it's called Lifelong Learning. And this publication is also translated into all the languages of the EU, and it provides information about what's happening on the ground, what are the developments, how to put in place accessible and inclusive training, and it also provides examples. It's all our deliverables. So anybody interested, any organization interested, should reach to this publication and inspire themselves on.
And how will the success of the disability employment package be measured? So what benchmarks or indicators should we look for in the coming years?
So as this is the set of guidelines, we want to measure it by take-up. So that's why I'm also here. I would like to encourage everybody to have a look and to disseminate it. This is a very practical set of guidelines. So we would like to reach to employers associations, public authorities with these guidelines. But on the EU level, we have one specific indicator, which is called the disability employment gap. It measures the gap in employment between persons with and without disabilities, and we look at this indicator in the context of the European semester, where we assess the member states, and we provide recommendations. So we make assessment, we provide recommendations. So I am hoping, personally, is the disability employment gap will be closing, and at a certain point it will close.
Amazing. And how is the response and feedback you're getting from employers? Are they excited about this package? How are they engaged?
Yes, so we've engaged employers from the beginning. We felt it's very important to work with everybody who will then have to use it or disseminate it. And we've worked with employers, with trade unions on that. They've been very excited. They provided comments. They also provided examples. They disseminated the package. So we are all hoping for continuous fruitful cooperation.
That's amazing. Very good to hear. Exciting things coming up. And finally, what message would you like to share with policymakers, businesses, and the public for a sustainable future of disability employment in the European Union?
I would like, at this stage, everybody who can do it now to access the webpage of the package, to have a look what we've produced, what we've published together, as I said, with a lot of stakeholders. And if you can print it, if you can share it now, if you can share it later, I think it's very important that we all work together on reaching the grassroots level, to reaching every single small employer in little villages across Europe or across the world. I can see there are participants outside of the European Union, and it could be useful for you. So the resources are there, and it would be very useful that everybody benefits from them and take advantage.
Amazing, good to know. You're all informed now, so please don't forget to take a look at the Disability Employment Package of the European Union. Thank you so much, Monica, for these very valuable insights. So the road to full inclusion in the labor market is obviously a shared responsibility, and it's encouraging to see the European Commission taking very concrete steps. So we look forward to seeing how the Disability Employment Package evolves in the coming years. Thank you so much, everyone. Greetings again from Vienna, and see you in the conference next year.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to Fireside Chat at Zero Conference 2025. My name is Irina and I am a moderator today at our Fireside Chat, and we are going to talk about Agape Center, Rehabilitation Center in Ukraine. We have our guest today, it's a family, Sergey and Natalia Bulchuk. They're going to discuss with us the founding of the Agape Rehabilitation Center, which was inspired by their own tragic life experience in a car accident in 2001, which led them to start to help people with disabilities. They will also explain the Agape's Center approach to rehabilitation of people with disabilities, holistic approach. The Bulchuks also discuss with us the increased demand for rehabilitation services due to the war for civilians and veterans with severe injuries, and share with us their future plans about expanding their rehabilitation center in Ukraine. Let's welcome Sergey and Natalia Bulchuk. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Sergey, my wife Natalia. We are married 27 years and we have 2 sons, 1 daughter-in-law, beautiful daughter-in-law, and wonderful grandson. We are very glad to be here in this conference and tell our story.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself. Please tell us what was your motivation for starting a rehabilitation center in Ukraine.
We are founder of Rehabilitation Center, Agape Ukraine, and in 2001 we were in a car accident. My wife Natalia broke her neck and was completely paralyzed. We spent 18 months in different hospitals in Ukraine. During this time, we saw how difficult life is for people with disabilities. This prompted us to do something to help them.
Tell us please about the process of developing center. What steps did you take at the beginning?
There was no rehabilitation center for people with disabilities in our city. We started with a small room which over 9 years has grown into a large Agape Rehabilitation Center. At our rehabilitation center, we provide physical, social, and spiritual rehabilitation for people with brain and spinal cord injuries. Up to 30 patients can receive rehabilitation at the same time. More than 2,000 patients have already received rehabilitation at our center.
We all know that today Ukraine is at war. Please tell us, what did your center do 3 years ago when the war started?
When the war started, the Agape Rehabilitation Center became a place where people with disabilities from all over Ukraine could find safety. We gave them a place to stay, food, clothes, and helped them travel to Europe. In just 3 months, we evacuated more than 1,000 people. Most of them lost their homes and have nowhere to return to.
You mentioned that you helped to evacuate 1,000 Ukrainian people with disabilities to Europe. Please tell us about their new life experiences in new environment, and maybe share some challenges that they are facing in this new environment as displaced people.
We thank you, Europe, America and other countries for helping people with disability. They have safety and new opportunities, accessibility, health insurance, education and social support, jobs. Our dreams is for every people with disability in Ukraine to have same chance for a full life, because democracy means inclusion.
Thank you so much for all this useful information. Could you tell us about Ukraine now? What new challenges the center is facing because of Ukraine, because of the war in Ukraine?
Since the war started, the number of people with disabilities in Ukraine has grown by 300,000. I think more. Many more people now need rehabilitation, accessible housing and full support. Without health insurance, good rehabilitation is too expensive for many.
What is your vision for Agape Rehabilitation Center in Ukraine in the future?
First of all, we want to finish building a safe shelter for our patients and workers. We plan to make the center bigger so we can help more injured people, give them an accessible place to live, and provide everything they need for recovery. We hope the rehabilitation will be available throughout health insurance, so everyone who needs help can get it without money problems. We want people who are hard to have a chance to go back to their active lives and be part of society again. Thank you to everyone who supports Ukraine, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presence at Zero Project Conference 2025. Can you tell us a few words about this conference? Your experience here, what did you like? What will you take with you to Ukraine?
Very good question. Thank you very much for all organizers and for all workers who made this conference. It is first time in our life to be on so big conference with very high quality organization. Here we met very nice people, very beautiful. We had very beautiful conversation and good experience for all our ministry, for all our work and our life. Thank you so much for invitation, and we are very happy to be here.
Thank you so much for being with us. And now we have a video that we would like to share with you. This video visually represents the information that we just shared with you. And please feel free to come and talk to us about Ukraine, about Agape Rehabilitation Center. If you have any questions, please feel free to come. Or visit Agape Rehabilitation Center website, which is www.agapeukraine.com. www.agapeukraine.com. And now, please, we would like to share a video with you. Thank you again for being with us at Fireside Chat at Zero Project Conference 2025. And we were so glad to share with you the information about Rehabilitation Center in Ukraine, which is named Agape.
Good afternoon. And to those around the world, it may be a different time for you. I'm Elaine Katz. I'm Senior Vice President of Grants at Kessler Foundation in New Jersey, USA. Welcome to the Fireside Chat 2025. I'm here to interview Varun Chandak, founder and president of Access to Success, based in Canada, also known as ATS. ATS runs Canada's leading accelerator for accessibility startups. As of last year, ETS has worked with over 60 startups, benefiting 1.1 million people with disabilities. So welcome, Varun. Tell us more about your organization and what it does.
Thank you, Elaine. Before I begin, a quick visual description. I am a South Asian male wearing a blue t-shirt that says Enable Everyone, Access to Success.ca on it, and I'm wearing a suit jacket over it. So Access to Success, it's a Toronto-based not-for-profit, and as you said, we run Canada's leading accelerator for accessibility startups. It's a global program that provides unique programming, resources, network, funding to entrepreneurs who are creating life-changing innovations for people with disabilities. What that means is that anything that entrepreneurs in the innovation space for people with disabilities need, we try and provide them with that. We do that through our global network of partners, of our funders, of the amazing leaders that we get to work with, and we bring them all in to help these entrepreneurs and help answer some of the toughest questions that these entrepreneurs face. We work with startups across the entire spectrum of disability. That means we work with companies in mobility, in vision loss, in hearing loss, in cognitive challenges, disability agnostic startups, everything across the board.
That sounds wonderful that you're working with so many different populations. And thank you for reminding me to do a visual description. So I'm an older adult woman, I would say, with short brown hair and glasses that are framed in blue, and I'm wearing a maroon sweater jacket and a black shirt. So you talk a lot about the word accessibility. What exactly is accessibility and an accessibility startup accelerator?
So in the context of our work, we define accessibility startups as any startups that are creating innovations for people with disabilities. Now that could be products, it could be services, it could be experiences. Let me give you a few examples. For instance, we work with a lot of innovative startups in the wheelchair space. They're creating new ways, new innovations with wheelchairs. So for instance, we had one startup called Blueberry Technologies out of California that has created what's essentially an autonomous wheelchair for people to use at airports instead of the rickety old pushy wheelchairs that are usually available. And they're autonomous, so somebody can just put in the destination, which is their gate number, and the wheelchair will autonomously take them there. We also work with service-based businesses. So for instance, we work with a startup called Wimble out of Ottawa in Canada, which has created what can best be described as the Uber for personal support workers, because it's really hard to find and schedule PSWs. So this team created a whole group of PSWs that are available to you on demand whenever you should need them. These are startups that are essentially everything from AI to software to deep tech, hardware, everything across the board.
Mm-hmm. So that's interesting that you worked with autonomous wheelchairs. Walk us through the process of how a group comes to you and then exactly what you do with them to get to the point where they can use that in an airport.
So we are lucky that we get to work with amazing organizations around the world who share our mission, who share our passion, and we do a lot of collaborative work with them. So when it's time for us to open up applications, we send out word to everybody we know around the world. These are amazing leaders, amazing organizations, and they kindly enough share the information about our program with their networks, and that's how primarily word gets out. Now that we've been doing this for a while, the word itself has spread a little bit, just by word of mouth, so to speak, and so companies reach out to us all the time asking for help. But because we only run the program once a year, we will have a conversation with anyone who reaches out to us at any time of the year. But when it's time for us to open up applications, we reach back out to them and say, hey, now you can actually apply for the formal program. Now the program is fairly in demand, so we receive a lot of applications each year. Last year, for instance, we received 52 applications for 10 spots in the program from 6 countries, and we ended up admitting startups from 5 countries into the program. Once they're admitted into the program, we put them through a 3-month virtual cohort of masterclasses, essentially, that all take place virtually. Now, these masterclasses may be on inclusive design, on co-designing with the disability community. It may be on unique revenue models in this space. It may be on Health Canada and FDA clearances. It may be on marketing in this space, and it may be on fundraising, importantly, in this space. All of this takes place virtually over the course of 3 months and finally culminates with our flagship event of the year, the Demo Day, which takes place in a hybrid format, virtually and in person. And that's where all of these startups pitch to an audience of investors, of disability advocates, of disability leaders, disability organization representatives, all of them coming together for one big celebration.
That sounds like a fun time to listen to all these different pitches. So what do you look for when you're accepting an organization into your program?
So we do have a minimum eligibility criteria, of course, which includes that the startups must have the bare minimum an MVP, which is a minimum viable product. But more importantly, they must demonstrate meaningful co-design with the disability community. We don't necessarily require the entrepreneurs to have a disability themselves, because we acknowledge that a lot of people get into this work because a loved one has a disability. What we ask is that they must work meaningfully with the disability community for the development of their innovation. After that, it's a matter of evaluating the applications, evaluating them in comparison to the other applications that we have received. It's about, can we actually help them? Because sometimes in the course of the application and our interviews with them, we realize that the startup is actually doing really well and they just need help with one little thing. And in this case, we're not going to tell them that you need to go through the 3-month program for us to help you. We will just tell you, hey, you're welcome to go through the program, but if you want, we can just help you with this outside of the program as well.
So tell us a little bit about whether the organization has to be a not-for-profit organization or it can also be an individual.
That's a really good question, because we did initially start off with the goal of working primarily with for-profit venture-scale startups, but we did come across a lot of life-changing innovations being created by not-for-profits. And let's face it, we are a not-for-profit ourselves. So we decided to pivot a little bit, and now the program is open to any organization, no matter their form of incorporation, as long as that they meet the minimum eligibility criteria, and with the addition that they must have some form of a revenue model. They must have something that they can sell. It's okay if they don't yet know how to scale it, because that's what we are here for, but they must have an existing revenue model in place.
And how do they develop that revenue model if they don't have it in place? Is that something you help them do, like develop a business plan or a strategic plan?
So most of the companies that come to us are usually past a little bit of that stage where they've gone through that process of having some initial ideas of what their revenue model could look like. In fact, about half of the participants that go through our program usually are already generating revenue, so they usually have some idea. That said, it's okay if they only have some idea of what this revenue model could look like, as long as they have something that they can sell. We had one company, in fact, the Uber for personal support workers, PSWs, the company called Wimble, they came to us with a B2C, a business to consumer model. And they were struggling to scale it, but they met the minimum criteria and that they had something to sell. And then they went through the program and they went through the learnings that we had to share, that our speakers had to share, and they realized that they could actually scale this way faster and subsidize it for the end users with disabilities if they pivoted to a B2B model. So now, instead of trying to sell this as an app for end users, they sell it to companies and event organizers and say if the event organizers pays Wimble, Wimble will have 2 PSWs or whatever the number may be available on hand at their event or conference at all times for any attendee who may need them can use them. So now they're actually getting a lot more success after pivoting, but they came with some form of revenue model already.
So it sounds like you have a lot of experience and knowledge in this area. Tell us how you arrived at this company and what was your journey to make this all happen?
So I have a couple of disabilities myself. I'm hard of hearing, so I was reading the live captions just now, and I have what's called Erb's palsy, which is a form of partial paralysis in my left arm. So a lot of the work that I do stems from my own experiences with disability. More specifically, because I rely so heavily on lip reading, live captions, and my hearing aids, I've never been able to speak on the phone for the better part of my life. The first real phone call I had was with the woman who's now my wife at the ripe old age of 30 years. And that's because it was that late in my life that the tech world caught up and provided live captions for phone calls. But that's not enough for me. I dream of a future where I would have smart contact lenses that could use AI and artificial reality to give me live captions, because I want my tech to be invisible. I don't want to be necessarily identified as someone as having a disability unless I choose to disclose that. Now that tech does not exist, and I don't think it's going to exist for quite some time. But in the course of the work that I was doing with entrepreneurs, with my organization, I met a lot of entrepreneurs who were working on other dreams for other people with disabilities. And those entrepreneurs told me that they needed help, that they have questions they can't find the answers to. And so we realized that the organization that we put together, we can actually put that to good use to help these other entrepreneurs make those new dreams come true.
Well, that's quite a story. That's really terrific that you used your own background to kind of launch this accelerator. I know you worked with so many companies so far and organizations. Tell us what's your biggest success story, and how have, what they were like when they came to you, and now what they're doing.
Oh boy, you're asking me to choose from the best of the best. There's one company that comes to mind called Imaginable Solutions out of Hamilton in Ontario, Canada. And they have created what's essentially a mechanical device that somebody with an upper limb mobility limitation could use, and they can hang out of that gimbal to draw again, or to use digital devices like a tablet or an iPad again. When they had started this as a student initiative. In fact, this entrepreneur was a student when she came to us, and she had started this for children with disabilities to help them draw again. We helped her go through the program, learn about the principles of inclusive design, learn about the idea of expanding to adjacent use cases, and now she's one of the most well-known entrepreneurs in Canada. They have expanded to something like 15 countries. They are present in, I think, over 45 US states at this point, and they sell this product for anyone who may have any form of upper limb mobility limitations, people with arthritis, older people who might have gotten into an accident, anyone with any form of an acquired disability. And the materials, the videos that they share of the sheer joy of somebody who missed drawing for so much of their life because they acquired a disability and they can draw again, just watching that makes my heart melt.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. To regain a skill or enjoy an activity that they weren't able to do before is for somebody is really meaningful. So if I'm an entrepreneur and I meet your initial criteria, how much do I have to pay for this all these services that you offer?
It's all free.
It's all free.
It's all free. We don't charge anything. We don't take any equity. We do this because we believe in the work that these entrepreneurs are doing. We do this because we see the need of the work that these entrepreneurs are doing. We do this because we want these startups, these innovations to succeed past that initial stage, that initial flame. We want these startups to scale globally and make the impact that we know these entrepreneurs can make. So it's all free.
So I know on your website, because I was looking through it to make sure I understood what you do, you're involved in an accessibility investments database. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so one of the most frequent questions that we receive from entrepreneurs is about where do I find funding? Who can invest in what I do? And we realized that we were becoming a bottleneck as a team to answer that question. And we wanted the answer to this question to be available to anyone who needs this answer. So we created, as I said, the Accessibility Investments Database, which is the world's first database of investments in accessibility startups, beginning with North America. It's got 1,800 investment transactions in accessibility startups by more than 1,200 investors, detailed profiles of over 300 investors who have made more than one investment in the space, and like everything else we do, it's all available on our website, entirely free of charge, no strings attached.
That's really terrific. So if you're interested in learning more information, Varun's hashtag is #EnableEveryone. So thank you so much today for joining us in this fireside chat, and you can always visit Varun's website online. Thank you again.
Thank you.